good afternoon, or maybe this time it's correct to say good evening, because I think it's technically evening, at least where I'm from. What's up? As always, happy to have you here for the start of the stream today, quite a bit later, a couple hours, because it's gonna potentially be a pretty long one, and I was trying to get some other stuff done beforehand, as the title suggests. If you're watching this on Twitch, you see the title. On YouTube, I just noted Daybreaker, but in, I think it's 4 hours from now. So we're gonna play some Tryhard Daybreaker. I really want to continue with this amazing weapon, and if I lose it, I'll make another one, no problem, of course. But still, I want to continue with the approach to PvP where I care for my life more, where I don't just run in and die, and I am much more careful in general, and see how profitable that ends up being. Last time was 95 million, almost made 100 million in a stream, but of course mostly because of one big ratting opportunity I came across, which I think many of you know about. If you don't, then it will be in the next video, which I'm kind of working on right now actually. But 4 hours of Daybreaker, that fits pretty well. 4 hours of 4-4 Daybreaker. Maybe I'll get 44 mil, hopefully. And then after that, some spooky time. My first time playing. I don't really, as you know, I don't really play scary games, but I'm gonna play a scary game today as a co-op with some of the other creators you might know as well, and some other guys. But that will happen at 6 p.m. UTC time, so 4 hours from now. Hey yo, Fesha, what's up? Hello. Tosha with the first message in Twitch chat today. Thank you for being here for the start of the stream. And Tosha says, so early, good day. Well, much later than usually the Albion start, right? But maybe early for scary stuff, yeah. I was told that it's better to play scary games when it's dark outside. Doesn't really matter, obviously, because, I mean, I don't have my window open anyway, so I'm not looking outside when I'm at the computer. But I will turn off some of the lights later on, yeah? To be properly scared. Apparently, it's a game that you play without Discord. So we'll probably get into Discord to organize to start the server, but then apparently it's a game which has only proximity chat, yeah? So you're talking to people who are close to you in the game rather than talking to everyone on Discord, which might add to the whole spookiness, yeah? But this will be in 4 hours. We'll think about it then. And that will be, like, I'll keep the YouTube part just to Albion, so that will be just on Twitch. But for now, one of my favorite weapons, and probably quite, I don't think anyone can really argue that Daybreaker is one of the meta S-tier weapons, in the same group as a lot of others. Just one notch below Deathgivers, but above everything else. So we are going to go and Daybreak a little bit in the mists, and hopefully I'll get some warm-up fights, which are not going to instantly be against 8.3s, but we'll see. As you know, whenever I play Albion, we're not talking about coming back from a week-long break or something, obviously then even more so, but I always feel like I need to warm up a little bit. My brain, my muscle memory, their own mechanics. So I would love for the first couple of PvP situations to not be instantly the highest stakes, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to run away from those, but still. Hopefully we'll get a couple easy ones to start off and then warm up towards potentially fighting something much scarier. Hello, what's up, Shani? This part of, like, the Albion part of the stream is, as always, on YouTube and Twitch. I mean, I've said that many, many times. So, I think most of you know. But yeah, you can choose where to watch. On Twitch, there are drops. On YouTube, there is YouTube. So if you prefer YouTube as a platform, then feel free. If you prefer Twitch or you want to get drops, then go over there. And by the way, I'm picking off exactly where I left off a while ago. I think last week was the Tryhard Daybreaker stream, and it's nothing super special. 4463, very 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 common parts of the build. I do bring a helmet swap now that the energizing shield was nerfed a bit. I do bring helmet swap again. When the energizing shield was really, really strong, I mean, it's still pretty good. When it was really strong, it felt like Cultist Cowl maybe is not worth the extra money, because I have two very good different spells on Duskweaver. But now I'm kind of back. I mean, back to bringing two helmets, but we'll see. The big thing about Daybreaker right now to figure out is whether to swap to energetic sprint. I'm on demon boots right now. Last time I even killed the bloodletter who was running away. I chased him for a long time, and just as my energy was running out, I was able to finish the kill. It was a 6-3 as well. We fought 1v1. So even a fight like that, I had just enough energy. But I've been on the brink of running out of energy pretty often. So I feel like maybe it's time to start swapping to energetic sprint more and more on Daybreaker. But I'll figure it out today. And this applies primarily to Duskweaver Helmet because it takes so much energy to spam this spell. Especially if you actually use the second part of the spell, yeah? If you don't just connect the Duskweaver for slow, but you actually use it to get on top of enemy. Hey, Killer Kids, what's up? Hello. Today started the stream a bit later, but at the end will also be later. So about 4 hours from now, we'll do scary stuff. Shani asked, what tip can you give me? Because I'm always losing fights. Well, I have a whole video called 10 ways to actually get good at PvP. And honestly, if you want just one of the biggest things that will help you improve, it's recording your fights. And if you want to get outside perspective, from me, from somebody else, from anyone you know who has more experience, ask about specific fights, yeah? Share the specific clip. You can do that in Discord also, that you can join under this stream, yeah? Post your fights and try to get input of what are some obvious things you did wrong. But the number one step to getting there is just recording your fights. That is the clearest thing. Can you show Daybreaker? Of course. It is giga good. Considering how little... I don't like awakening weapons and putting a lot of money into them. This is very low strain. On this Daybreaker, out of the first 10 rolls, I got 8 crits. It was absolutely crazy good when it was starting out. And then later, still kind of good. And you can see how low the strain is, given that I've actually gotten a very decent Daybreaker. Okay, there was a tier 7 light caller, which is very interesting for me. I have not really had the chance to fight to properly fight the light caller, I think. Any kind of light caller fight I've had was just me being massacred by an 8.4 when I'm tier 7, from what I remember. Or there was a guy who tried to rat and then the server broke, so anytime I've actually fought a light caller, it's been absolutely obviously one-sided in my favor or in the other guy's favor. So a proper light caller fight is something I'm still looking to get. But I mean, he's worth tier 7, so maybe he doesn't want this. Light caller's astronomic damage. Yes, I do believe you're right, but light caller, first of all, will also take a lot of damage, you know, if I'm able to stick on top of him. It's also not that easy for him to hit every spell. Obviously, when I'm running away, yes, I am kind of, you know, he's just, it's pretty easy for him to follow and kill me. But if I'm on top of him, he can miss a lot of his spells. We have another tier 7 here, not high specs and the build from the last patch, but we'll see. If all the tier 7s unite against me, then I might have to think about it. He was in demon boot, so I might as well. It's not amazing, but I don't want him to get away. Unfortunately, if I play this correctly, he's gonna be pretty low, so the demon boots part is not really gonna... Also, since he's tier 7 overcharged, I'm not gonna change helmets. Normally, I 100% need to change helmets here, yeah? Cultist is really good against the Panther. He just randomly clicked all his buttons, but now he will have boots, and mine are on cooldown. I really don't want to use potions for this, so we'll see. Okay, what did we learn from this fight? One big thing. I mean, if you've seen me play Daybreaker in this matchup, you've probably seen it many times before. But the important thing is, E counters his polymorph, yeah? 2 times I E'd at the correct moment, so the polymorph already hit me, and there's a delay, and polymorph is considered CC, and my E gives me CC immunity. I hope that's obvious. At the end of the day, it's not like he really can win this fight, I think, on tier 7 right now. Prowling is not strong enough for that. At least I don't feel it is. But, still. I mean, he did overcharge, so... there's at least There's at least some semblance of a fight going on there. What is happening here? A bunch of invis. A bunch of invises on this guy. He has those boots where he can go invis forever, right? So he's gonna be invis somewhere. Yeah, I don't know why. What happened here? Paid actor? Well, I mean... Yeah, but he acted a very important role, yeah? The Prowling. He showed all of us the limitations of Polymorph against Daybreaker, yeah? Kirito says, I think Duskweaver helmet is trash, just use normal shield or Stalker hood. You can use what you want, of course. But no, Duskweaver is really good with Daybreaker still. Despite the cripple nerf. It gives you... Because you don't want to be stuck where you... If your E is just a gap close in a fight, that's a pretty big disadvantage, yeah? You don't want to use your E from a distance if you can avoid it. So having an extra option to that. But you can see I'm also bringing a backup helmet. And I can also swap this to the shield if I really need to. Can you show your last dies? Yeah. Why? Even if you stay on top of him, he just auto-attacks and you can't out-brawl him. I think I can out-brawl a Lightcaller. The thing is, if I'm on top of him hitting his spells is like a bit tricky, right? I can go behind him so he can miss his Q in form. And if I do keep my E, I can also dodge his W, right? Ooh, the E, how do you do it? Last time it still transformed me, but I still use E. Okay, so when you get hit by Polymorph, it doesn't instantly change you, yeah? I mean, this is always true, no matter what you're playing. You get hit by Polymorph and then there's a bit of a delay. If you use your Daybreaker E at the right moment, as the Polymorph would change you into a rat or critter, then you don't get, like, you get immunity to it because you are immune to CC. So as you saw also, both times he hit me. I got hit by the Polymorph and then I eat a little bit, like a second later, yeah? There's a bit of a delay. Do you still be damaged by Polymorph? Yes, but I think the damage applies right away. So you can see also, it says the orb explodes on impact. So I still take the Polymorph damage, yeah. The damage applies right away, but the transformation happens a second later. So I am dodging the transformation. I'm just dodging the CC. Also, keep in mind, this doesn't give me immunity to damage anyway. Right? The Daybreaker, like if you Daybreaker E through a firewall or through whatever, Fists of Avalon E, for example, you still get damaged. You are just immune to the CC that you would like, to stuns and knockbacks and whatever. What foods are you using? Why and why aren't you using E? I'm using Roast Snapper and Omelette. Omelette to run around, to be the bully or to get away from other bullies. And Snapper for actual proper fights, yeah? I mean, Eel Stew could be okay. Yeah, I used to use Eel Stew in the same place as I'm using Omelette right now. I don't want to say it's completely interchangeable, but it is a little bit, it performs a similar function, yeah? Eel Stew would be just for when I'm running around. And I just, like right now, if I see a tier 7, Omelette would give me a better chance to catch them, yeah? Because they're gonna try to run away probably and not fight me. Or, by the same token, if I see an 8.4, Omelette will give me a better chance to just get away with the cooldown reduction. I am on Snapper now because I changed just for the fight, but probably shouldn't have, honestly. I mean, it's okay. At least I didn't have to use my potions, yeah, against the Prowling. But I probably shouldn't have even swapped food. But normally I would swap to Snapper when it's like when it's a legit like fight, you know. When I'm fighting someone stronger or someone same IP, then Snapper will almost always be the best. But if he uses Royal Jacket, he can just spam like a minigun. Okay, I mean, listen, I need to get the experience of fighting. I'm not gonna trust you saying that I cannot outbrawl a Lightcaller on Daybreaker. Unless, I mean, even if you show me a clip, I mean, I have to, you have to experience it myself, yeah? I have to fail at least once against the life caller, and then I will tell, holy shit, you know what? Nab, you were right, like, I legit couldn't just stand them, bro. But I don't think it is as hopeless as you say. Don't forget, I am also, like, I am relatively tanky, I do a decent amount of damage. If he's spending a lot of time in his form, he's gonna also take a lot of damage, yeah? So while your arguments might be right about light color being strong, also, like, decently strong close range, don't forget that I am also happy, like, I also exist in the fight, and I'm also gonna take advantage of the fact that the whole time I can just hit him. Also, if they are using Royal Jacket, it's purgeable, yeah? Like, whatever jacket, I mean, there might be other important things, but... Ooh, legendary chest. It's been a while since I got this much from a regular camp in Mist. So yeah, so I can also purge his Royal Jacket, right? Is Stalker Hood good for Daybreaker, or is other helmet better? Stalker Hood is okay. I played it for one day when I was doing challenges, and I got some amazing... I got like this one of the clips, one of the Twitch clips, the most viewed one under the channel also, is me killing 3 tiers higher Flame Walker. So for a strategy, if you are the lower IP guy trying to defend yourself and attack more expensive players, Stalker Hood will always be pretty nice, yeah? Because it's just damage, it's good when you're defending yourself, and you can surprise, yeah? Because one of the things you need to do if you're like 2 tiers lower or 3 tiers lower is to bait the enemy in. So Stalker Hood works for that. It was surprising amount of damage for my enemy in that fight. But there, like, I don't see like there's specific synergy with Daybreaker, yeah? It's good, it's not bad, for sure. Play Stalker Hood if you like it. But there isn't some sort of amazing synergy that, you know, specifically for Daybreaker I would suggest Stalker Hood, no? I think it's viable, but I prefer the helmets I have right now. These two I prefer. How about double purge Daybreaker? Absolutely not a bad idea, yeah? Like, there is, especially the higher IP you go, the more valuable purge becomes. And you can absolutely bring Helmet of Valor. It's going to be very strong. And like, you referring to double purge is also very correct. Because one of the ways to play against Daybreaker is to try to put them in a position where they need to do 2 things with their E, yeah? And that's the toughest situation. If you've seen my Daybreaker video, I also talk about this at some point, yeah? And it's very clear that in it's such a nice thing to have a multifunctional E. I can use it for so many different ways. But what if I need my E for 2 different things? Then it kind of, you know, you kind of have to choose the most important one, and it kind of sucks a little bit. So having a purge frees up a lot of that thing. Like, for example, let's say I'm fighting Death Givers. And I don't want to purge I don't want to E before they Mercenary Jacket, yeah? Because otherwise they get full value Mercenary, it really sucks for me. But that means that they get to use all of their spells and damage if they never use the Mercenary, and I play without my E. Which is fine if I'm higher IP, but if I'm fighting like 1 tier higher Death Givers, kinda sucks, yeah, a big part of my damage, I'm just not using it. There's kind of, just a random example, there's a lot of these situations. So if you have a purge on your helmet, you free up your E to use for something else, which is really good. Like, it's definitely strong, yeah? What matchups would you use Tenacity Jacket spell instead of Infernal? Primarily when the enemy has a purge. When I predict that the enemy is gonna want to instantly purge my Inferno, that's number one reason for me to use my Tenacity Jacket. Well, especially of course if the enemy's weapon is doing just either magical or physical, then it's even nicer, yeah? If it's one of the weapons which does a bunch of both, then it's a bit less happy, yeah? To swap. My favorite haircut streamer. Thank you, Gorilla. Gorilla's Yomic. I will have the same soon. Okay, we all have different life experiences, but from my life experience, it affects your, like, it's a good thing to make fun, to joke about, yeah? Like being bold by nature, yeah, not by choice. But I feel like it really affects my life at all. Of course, you'll never really know, but maybe there are opportunities I'm missing. It doesn't feel like that, you know? So I will welcome you to the bold club. Vita said, sad I won't be on for the co-op. Well, you gotta do evening stuff, then you gotta do evening stuff. I mean, it's not the last one. Not the last time we're gonna have fun co-op, yeah? Beef sandwich gives better HP for 4k than roasted snapper. Why don't you use it? Because I want to also heal from all the damage that I do. It's not just more HP, yeah, but it's also that all of the damage. So if you think about where is 5%, if I do 4,000 damage to my enemy, which is very realistic, then 5% will be what, 200 HP? If I just straight up do 4,000 damage. Yeah. It's not bad. There is some extra argument about lifesteal being... something about lifesteal calculations, but I have not confirmed it and I have not done the test myself. But I have heard some speculation that some lifesteal calculations are a little bit incorrect or broken in a way where it's like it's stronger than it should be also. Relosiomic said, by the way, back in time you spoke about it. What branch of IT do you deal with IRL? I am a non-technical person. I don't deal with IT at all. I mean, I do consider myself like a relatively computerized person, yeah? Like I did build my computer like a couple years ago, you know, bought the pieces, and I felt very proud of that, but I am not a very technical person other than that. So, you must be confusing me with someone else. Shob says, Yo, Vic. Face blue smiling. That's how I see it in chat, Shob. The emote from YouTube. But face blue smiling at YouTube. I will see it later. I can tab out to YouTube later to check out the exact emotes. Let's go next Mist. I can also drop these things into bank. Being bold is being charisma. Yeah, I mean, well, if you do go bold, you kind of have to own it. That's one thing that I think I say it doesn't really affect your life, but I don't know. To each their own, yeah. But like, you kind of have to own it and probably like start shaving. Like you can see also, I still have a lot of like hair around my head, yeah, in the other places. Like holding on to too much, or like some people do like a comb over, or you know, like try to still keep something. I feel like that's probably the worst choice. It's either you have hair or you are completely owning the fact that you no longer have hair. Let's take another snapper and go. Werewolf OP AF. So at your rate, kill a 8.364 Bloodletter. Interesting. My experience with Werewolf is that it's not OP. I mean, obviously, the one time I attacked an 8.4 just to see what happens, it was absolutely hopeless for me. It was like 3-tier difference or something, or 4. But on a bow, unfortunately, I was not able to finish the fight, yeah, because there was a rat. But on the bow, I was just pretty much just brawling Werewolf yesterday. Tier 7 versus Tier 7, and just winning the fight just from brawling on a regular bow. On Daybreaker, the fights have not been very difficult against Werewolf, but I understand that there's potential, yeah? I mean, equal to your Werewolf, yeah? There's definitely potential, especially if there are mobs around that the Werewolf can use. It's the same as using your Mercenary Jacket on mobs, like if you play Deathgivers, you have to apply the same logic. Ooh, we have a full spec 4.1, interesting. Doesn't look like a swapper. Really looks like just a 4.1 out there to find luck, you know, to hope that there's. If it was a swapper, then his build is very, very risky because he has no Invis Potion, no Undead Cape, no sort of spell to get away. 8.3. Do I change and just fight it like this? He also has Cultist, which sucks. He changed to Inferno. Oh, it is actually a swapper. Holy shit, I was right. He did actually swap. That's an interesting fight. Unfortunately, it's a good Bloodletter build, yeah? It's not the guy that just tries to out-mobility me. But holy shit, it was a swapper. I actually called it. That's crazy. I mean, I didn't call it. I said he probably not a swapper, but the fact that I even had that thought looking at him. It's a very risky swap, though. Holy shit. Like, okay, I understand. His idea is to just do what he just did, yeah? To scout out who is on the chest, so that he has the information so he doesn't accidentally attack other 8.3s. That's probably his logic. That's why he's doing it, yeah? He's not trying to do the curse staff swap when he's trying to bait people into attacking him and then swap items. But it's very risky, because if he runs into someone who's good at dismounting, like if I dismount him, there's a good chance he dies, right? It depends, of course. I mean, he still has very good mobility, but like Daybreaker, Spear, some sort of hammer with a Purge are weapons that can probably catch him, because he's not using Undead Cape, which is usually Swapper would, or Invis Potions, at the very least, yeah? Let's change back the helmet. If he didn't have a Cultist Cowl, I think that fight, even with the 2-tier like difference, I think that's a good fight from, like, or at least decent fight for me, yeah? Because if he's using Merc Hood, then sure, it's annoying because he's more likely to get away, but I am just brawling him, yeah? But since he's on Cultist, first of all, I need to make sure I swap to Cultist as I did, but secondly, on Inferno and Cultist, it's much more difficult. Also because I think it's smart from him to change to Inferno against me, you know, once he sees me. Because against Inferno, once he Infernos, he knows that I'm gonna E, yeah? So his plan is to Inferno and then jump away with his W. And that's a good plan, I think. With Stalker Jacket, I might not E, right? If he jumps on top of me and he uses Stalker Jacket, I'm likely not gonna use my E, instead I'm just gonna Inferno and just stand in it, yeah? What? How I was trying to brawl 1 tier higher, he just brawled me to death. He said that. You have to try to make your sentence a bit easier to understand, Nav. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Who was 1 tier higher? You said you got out-brawled. Yeah, Werewolf is good at brawling, yeah. But yesterday on the bow, I still felt like I have an advantage. I mean, I guess it kind of depends also what W they're using, yeah. But usually werewolves will be using the Tether W, yeah, because the big problem they do have is kind of lack of mobility, and they can easily be kited, yeah. Clearing mobs with Daybreaker E is so satisfying. Man, clearing mobs with Heron Spear was so satisfying. Let's try to do this here. I'm not Heron, obviously, but in this room, for example, I clearly remember when I was playing 4-4 Heron, to gather everything in the middle and then that one big stun on like 55 mobs. And this is also not bad, but somehow it felt better on Heron Spear. Yeah, the same thing felt a bit better on Heron Spear. Kind of cool though. There's so many. There are so many swappers. I mean, I'm not saying that is cool that there's people swapping, because it kind of makes PvP a bit. Essentially, it makes for less PvP, yeah. Because you're reliant. It's okay. It's part of the baiting skill to some extent, but you are reliant on. I don't know. It's kind of the not the kind of bait that is really like master, like being a master of PvP and knowing exactly like how you bait with your HP or spells or stuff. Yeah, it's more like it's kind of gimmicky. Yeah, to bait someone into fighting you when they think that you are 5 tiers lower than you are. But at the end, the other thing is, the more swappers there are, the less PvP overall is happening, because the more people are just running around with their horses, waiting for a free opportunity, right? And I mean, it affects like my psychology also. Yeah, like. People who are not swapping also have to be a bit more careful, because this is not a coincidence. Like last couple of streams, the amount of swappers, it's definitely gone up by a lot. We had this discussion also, which in and of itself doesn't bother me, but I do see that long-term consequences might make PvP less enjoyable. Like already I'm at the point where I am suspecting more people of swapping, and I have to be at least somewhat more careful, yeah? To kind of... And many of the swappers are in a place where, sure, like they could easily take a fight without the swapping gimmick, yeah? They could just come with the weapon they have and get me to fight them still. But I understand. Kurizama with a long message about maths. What is the conclusion? I don't want to read the whole calculation. What is your conclusion? That you think beef sandwich is better. That's your conclusion, Pirzama. That you think that at high IP you should still play sandwich, yeah? That's what you're trying to say with the calculation. Interesting. Yeah, I think some of the like food choices in general deserve a bit more attention, at least from me. There might be some things which are like a force of habit, yeah? And I'm pretty good at breaking habits, for sure. But there is a bit of that feeling that, you know, it's kind of habitual, like passed on from generation to generation, this wisdom of using food in Albion. That, you know, I personally have not, as I said, I have not done the calculations, yeah? So there might be some part of it that, even though you would like to have a Snapper for everything it gives, if you start calculating at certain price points, it might be like similar to Sandwich, yeah? The top 6 on this week's Mist PvP leaderboard is a swapper. Lol, bro wasn't even on an escape set. He was a normal 4.2 Flamewalker set. This is the Shadow. Is that the guy? Spearnax Enjoyer. One of the Mondays, like a couple weeks ago, we looked together on stream at the leaderboard on Monday, yeah? So when it resets. And one of the top PvP players was like some Monday, yeah? So it's just a couple kills. It's not like super important, yeah? One of the top PvP players, I was just looking through what builds they play, and we were looking at one guy, and it couldn't figure out like how is he at the top, yeah? And we looked into it, and we found that one of the top players on that Monday was just some random dude playing like tier 6 or tier 7 Battle Axe, who accidentally or somehow got into a fight with a tier 7 Flamewalker and killed him, and got like a giga fame. And then I realized he killed a swapper. So, and that was the Shadow also. He's also swapped on me, yeah? There's also some clips where he tried to kill me with a swap. But, so anyway, like a month ago or so, on one Monday, that swapper, he got killed in his swap set. By a tier 7. Exactly like you say, because his swap set is not like a good escape set, yeah? He's just playing a lower IP Flamewalker as a swap bait, yeah? Just like the guy I just saw, the Bloodletter, he also wasn't, like, as I said, his set is not amazing for getting away. If he gets attacked by someone, like, even me, if I dismount him, I have a chance of killing him. With that, when he's wearing that lower IP Bloodletter set. Do I go from here or from the other side? Now I wish I had Omelette, of course, but... He must have seen me, right? There was enough time for him. And he stopped killing the mobs. No, never mind, he didn't stop killing the mobs. Keeping my E for his cleric. No, and I missed the E by a tiny bit. Well, not much you can do there anyway, but... And there was another tier 7 curse there. So yeah, anyway. It's absolutely... That guy was already on my radar because that's the only case... maybe this happens more often, but that's the one time I stumbled upon a swapper dying in his low IP swap set, you know? Wait, this is not the guy that I saw before. Holy shit, what is this? There's so many cool things happening here. Go 2v1 me. Go. Gonna run out of energy though. I'm gonna run out of energy. Wait, what? He actually went north? Or did he have Invis Potion? I wish I had energy, yeah. Obviously, I just E his cape, yeah. Wait, who are you? Okay. I would like to kill the other guy, but the other guy is gonna take so much more time to kill. And the Frost Staff is a bit more, like, in terms of damage, it's a bit more dangerous. Yeah, I'm not really worried too much. So yeah. Clip it, Victor said he was on his radar. That is a sentence I've used several times, and then I always realize, like, you have to be careful in Albion, yeah? Evening, Vic, what's up, Ogburg? Hello, 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 hello. The other guy, the tier 7 Soul Sight was definitely worth more, but if I go for him, I need to be much more careful, because his plate, I'm gonna kill him for longer, and the Frost is gonna keep doing damage, and the Frost damage is more dangerous, yeah? So yeah, but unfortunately, you saw also, I probably kill the Soul Sights if I have enough energy. So maybe this is time. You know what? Let's do it. I'm gonna make the decision now, at least for a little while, to see what it feels like, to swap to Energetic Sprint on Daybreaker. I think time has come to allow some extra energy into my life. So I'm gonna put this, oh sorry, not helmet. I'm gonna put these boots here, and I'm gonna take some sort of Energetic Sprint, and that's it. Bro was cringe AF, he was monologuing beside me and I got annoyed and realized he swapped and I died. Yeah, well, I mean, there's like, my problem with swapping is, yeah, the same I said before. Oh, not Energy Sprint. The same I said before, it's just that it's a bit of a problem that if we all start playing like that, it's gonna be really annoying to play, and a lot of PvP will just not happen at all, yeah? So that's the clear downside. But at the same time, like, people who do it right now, I mean, usually they do it because either they're bored, a lot of them find that it's difficult to get fights otherwise, yeah? So there are some sort of legitimate reasons, yeah? Like, they might be struggling because everyone's running away from them, so they just want to get a fight. But I understand, it's not something I would like to do, but you know. But some of the best PvP players also ended up doing it because they just couldn't, otherwise they couldn't fight anyone. Like, my solution, if I don't find fights, is to play tier 7, yeah? But for a lot of people, it feels like, you know, if they can't fight an 8.3 fight, then it's pointless, you know? I don't know. At the end of the day, it's just a strategy. What are good and bad matchup for Daybreaker? Crossbows are very difficult right now. Light crossbow and arc light blasters, in my opinion, are the most difficult. Other than that, everything is kind of doable. There are no straight up bad matchups. Even the crossbows are not terrible matchups. It's just that it's very tricky and they have an advantage, but it's not a big advantage in my opinion. There's also very few matchups where the Daybreaker has a straight up advantage, yeah? Like Fists of Avalon are kind of like that. I feel like Daybreaker has an advantage, yeah? But most fights, it's the Daybreaker just has the tools to play the fight well. But it's not that you are straight up just, you know, winning from your build somehow. But Flamewalker also seems like a bit of a tricky one. But after the nerf, at least, Flamewalkers are much more careful with using their E, which allows you to brawl them better. I wonder if he had an Invis Potion. The guy from the 1v2 before. Because I mean, I understand he boots when the moment I guess he just did. That's a good thing to do. If your Undead Cape gets procced, sometimes it's better to just decide on one direction and just go there. Because what I was counting on when he's an Undead Cape procs is that I go, for example, north, and then, like I did, and then if he starts going north, he's going to change course. Then I go south, you know, to kind of, to make him change what he does, yeah? But it's usually a good idea to just start riding in one direction and just keep going, if you are Undead Cape procs. Hello, Wyatt, what's up? It feels weird to be an Energetic Sprint. Really, really weird. But hey, that last fight, for example, if I was an energetic sprint, I killed both of them, yeah? Because I have... The soul sight is not gonna do anything to me anyway, so... I mean, it's gonna do something, but it's not gonna kill me, yeah? Drink water? I mean, did you use your channel points, or...? Yes, Spear. What's up, Vic? What's up, Zombilios? Yes, indeed. Spear Day. I mean, Daybreaker Day. Why is it weird? What is weird? Mohammed, what is weird? You're asking, why is it weird? My nose? You wouldn't. Just a reminder? Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're right. But I will hydrate. Oh, the energy shoes. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Because I'm not used to it, because it's never been a good idea to... well, not never, but it's pretty much been always only just for PvE, yeah? If you go PvEing in the open world, sure. But it's just, I don't know, it doesn't go. In my brain, it doesn't go together with Daybreaker. It's for most 1v1 fights, it's clearly suboptimal. I'd rather have the extra HP. I am giving up a decent amount of HP, yeah? I always wear it on anything. Yeah, but the green boots, the one that I... rejuvenating sprint that I just had here. 150 HP. And I'm gonna use them twice, like in 1v1 fights, let's say I've used them twice or thrice. Like 300 or 450 HP, yeah? I'm giving that up. That's a lot. Right? That's like half a healing potion or something. That's like a considerable amount that I am losing for the sake of not running out of energy. So far, usually energetic sprint on Daybreaker is just if you're going open world and you're focusing on PvE. Because if you're constantly PvEing and killing mobs, you're gonna run out of energy, and then it's a much more important part, yeah? But for mists, which are more like 1v1 fight centric, it's been better to use rejuvenating sprint on average. 150 HP plus heal buffs. What do you mean? You mean the passive? The passive is defense, but heal buffs is what do you mean by heal buffs? Actually, how much? Okay, this is 6-3, but max health should be the same, right? If I had the same IP. The difference there comes from IP. There's a bow fighting some mobs there, which I hope you can hear as well. I'm an omelette, so maybe I can catch him. No! Oh, you're writing bad things to me. Need to be a bit careful about him, but not an impossible 1v2. The wildfire doesn't have boots, yeah? He's gonna have to use his shoes to get on top of me. Yeah, he tried to combo, but I eat a little bit too early. I obviously want to eat through him for that for this to work. But he used his helmet, so he won't have a sleep anymore. Also, like for the actual fight, for the fight against him, I obviously need to change my food. But I think I'm happy. I'm happy on omelette if I might need to fight 1v2. Okay. Let's see if the bow betrays his friend or not. The wildfire is almost dead there. Is this the duo mist? Well, I am 6-3, yeah, and this guy is tier 7, the other guy was like tier 7 or tier 6. So, it's not duo mist, but it's just because I am much more valuable. Yeah, so it makes sense for them to try to team up on me. I need to time my E a little bit better, and it should be fine. I mean, against this guy, of course. I E'd a little bit too early. I just need him to use boots, and then I should be free to continue. And I don't even need to change food here. he messed up his combo again, but unfortunately I didn't hit him either. I can wait for my spells. I don't want to eat my potions, right? And proc my cape. That's the big thing I have here. Okay, thank god. Didn't need to. I don't want to use my food or potions against this tier 7 guy. But now I can also take these fights, like against million people. I can take these fights because I have energetic sprint, right? Nope, that was not ideal, but... Hey, but this is actually like... this is the spear guy I would love to fight. Go back to your friends. You are alone here, sir. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the others are not coming to help him. I mean, you are going to aggro the spider also. I don't know why he thinks that the spider is only gonna attack me. No, 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 no. Yeah. There was a 4-4 spear there as well, right? That would be the most fun guy there to take items from. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. Interesting bow. He doesn't have any mobility, so I can change to reflect instead. I don't know if omelette is gonna be enough against him though. I have to figure it out. Man, there's so many people here, what the hell? And the spear is there. I'm afraid that they're all gonna want to fight me, which is kind of a problematic situation, but... No, what are those guys doing? I changed to deflect just to kill the Sky Strider, yeah? Because he's... Okay, now he changed boots, so now he actually has mobility, but... I mean, it's still kind of okay both ways. My helmet is also good mobility. But really I would like to kill this guy, of course, for the spear. I'm gonna be low against Sky Strider, so I need to be a little bit careful. Would love seeing my mist this full. This is a very action-packed start, yeah. And everyone is interested in trying to kill me because I am worth a decent amount here. Deflect, not good against one-handed spear, so I should probably just swap if I'm gonna continue taking this fight like 1v7, then it's better if I swap. I'm not sure I can catch the spear though. I guess I'll try. The spear is definitely more valuable than anyone else. Kill him, he says. He's gonna go here north, right? He should go north, yeah. Nice. He already eats, so he should be dead now. Even if he hits a nice impaler, he should be just dead here. I don't know why the guy was trying to help me, though. I don't understand. I mean, the bedrock. Why he decided to help me here, I'm not sure. Okay. I'm gonna reset spells and fight this, and hope... I mean, now that the bedrock is not part of it, I don't really... Like, it's not a big problem. Sorry, not the bedrock. Not that the spear is not part of it. The bedrock alone is not such a big problem, was what I wanted to say. Let's try. If I use everything just to catch him, I'm gonna be sad, though. Oh, nice. I don't need the bedrock, to be honest. I would be happier without him. And he's gonna block my Dusk Weaver. He doesn't understand, but he's actually messing this up for me. Oh, come on. Oh, never mind. He's trying to help the other guy. That's okay. The Bedrock is having fun though, right? It's his dream. He's being part of every interaction, every fight. If I had other W, maybe. Okay, it's fun. It's really fun. I'm still on Omelette, but the fact that I was able to swap to deflecting spin was a deciding factor. Otherwise, on Omelette, I cannot 1v2 this. Or 1v whatever this was. Why aren't mists always so fun? Obviously, it's much easier to enjoy when you actually survive, yeah? At any point, I could have just died. Like, the Bedrock would have easily... Like, it was kind of close if the Bedrock keeps... Like, the bow is doing damage and the Bedrock is helping him kite, yeah? So, it was kind of close. Anyway, let's see what I missed. That was a lot of action very quickly. Hello, Vic in chat. What's up, Yezel? The spear was trying to kill Bedrock. Yeah, but I think like the Bedrock felt like a superstar, yeah? Because he was part in every little fight we had. And he was trying to be the kingmaker, like the one who decides who wins and who doesn't, yeah? Like he was saying things like kill him. As if, you know, he's like an important part of the kill, yeah? I mean, who knows? Maybe I couldn't have caught the spear without him, I don't know. But still, it was kind of cute, yeah? Him saying kill him. And then deciding to help the bow against me. Okay. Make sure I have the right spells. And the Bedrock also is the only, like, not the only one. I survived also, but Bedrock also survived. Okay, this guy attuning his spear on tier 8 items. This must be a bit new player, right? The bow would have been okay fight, even without Bedrock trying to mess it up. It would have been an interesting fight. But yeah, the deflect was too strong now that I think of, like, I need to keep deflecting more. Like, I need to start swapping to deflect every time against Sky Strider, probably. He's just too strong, you know. You saw it denied him completely his E. And what the Bedrock could have done is try to cancel my deflect so that the friend can actually do damage. Bold retard. Bro, what the fuck are you coming to? Chat writing toxic shit. Apache. Explain yourself. By the way, this is YouTube chat, yeah? This is not me talking to my voices, for those on Twitch. After next update, this way of ratting become way worse. Yeah. Harder, yeah. This way, you mean getting dismounted by damage on top of a fight will become much more difficult, yeah. Damn, I don't think I can... Can I enter from here? Sir. Where is your horse? Did you forget your horse? No, you don't even have a horse. No, wait. Damn. I would like to have the Swift Club, okay. Yes. It's after the patch, yeah, it will be more difficult to rat by getting dismounted by damage for sure. But it will still remain. It will still be something people do because when you if the other guys are like 20% HP, you can still do it and try it, yeah. Ooh, a bunch of Death Givers, juicy Death Givers at that. Ooh, this guy has a Purge. That guy has plate armor. I don't like that. Okay, is this one of those situations where everyone... This is obviously a curse swapper. This is the most obvious curse swapper I've seen in a while. By the way, I don't know how there are suddenly so many swappers in the mist. That's crazy. I think this seems like one of those... yeah, curse swap, obviously. They're so... So it's one of those situations where so many people who all want to fight, but we end up not fighting potentially because there's, you know, because there's so many of us, yeah? Like any one of these Death Givers probably wants to 1v1 me and I want to 1v1 them. I mean, the Curse is the odd one out, yeah? He just wants to get a free kill by swapping. But both of the Death Givers probably want to fight each other, but they can't because I'm around and there's Curse. They want to fight me, but we can't because, you know, so it's one of those situations where a bunch of people, like, the game has successfully brought us together, but the actual PvP, unlikely to happen, because whoever starts fighting is gonna die. Hi Vic, how we doing? Good at doing this bad boy? Man, this is amazing, but this is the one I played last time also, I'm still alive. It's such a low strain, and I got so many crits. Out of the first 10 rolls, I got 8 crits, and then went on to like 11 out of 16 or something. Anyway. I don't like to put a lot of money into Daybreakers, into weapons in general, into tuning, yeah? This is amazing, considering how little money I put into this. It's an amazing Daybreaker. Yeah, we need to do something about the curse swap. Now, see, this guy has invis, but I don't know. I mean, nothing I could write to him will make him go away, yeah? If I write something, it's even more likely he's gonna follow me until the end of times, yeah? I don't think I can convince him to stop playing like this either. So there isn't really anything I can do. And unfortunately, not these Death Givers and the other ones as well, whoever starts fighting is gonna die to the curse, most likely, yeah? Not much we can do. How much silver did it cost to attune that? I know the formula now. You can also calculate. Attunement, max attunement, times strain, divided by attunement bonus. So, I'm gonna open calculator. We're gonna do it quickly together. I mean, I'm doing it in calculator. You don't see it on my screen, but it's this. It's 120,000 times 58.02. So, times strain, divided by attunement bonus. Wait, I did something wrong. Wait. I have to try again. Maybe you did it correctly if you were doing at home. Divided by 4.14. 1.7 mil. 1.7 mil only I put into this weapon. Well, except for the weapon itself. 1.7 mil of extra. Giga cheap. Oh wait, did Death Givers pick up the Wisp and leave? Okay, I guess we go next Mist and we hope we don't run into this... If the Bloodletter Swapper was at least somewhat, interesting, I did instantly think of swapping, but my first reaction was this is not a swapper, right? Because it's a bad swapping build. This guy here is the most obvious swapper I've seen in a long time. Wow, finally maths applied in real life. Well, I used my calculator. I did not apply my maths to this, but maybe. He went northwest. Yeah, but I'm not gonna fight next to the curse. I am gonna try hard. Obviously, I've already taken a lot of fun fights today, like the last Mist, if you were here 5 minutes ago. Just constant array of new challengers. That's awesome. But I'm not gonna just give my items to the curse. And those Death Givers, the 6-3, the 4-4-6 Death Givers, especially on plate armor, the fight is gonna take a while. There is 0 chance that I'm gonna kill the Death Givers and still have enough HP to deal with the curse. There's no way. Like, the only possible scenario is if the curse is absolutely terrible and he lets me purge his boots. But after killing even if I get amazing fight, which it's not guaranteed, obviously. Even if I get an amazing fight after killing Death Givers, I'm gonna have like 20% HP maximum. But likely it's much less, and the curse will kill me, unfortunately. This Daybreaker is moneymaker right now. 110 mil pro. Yeah, this is the same Daybreaker, by the way, yeah. That got the 70 mil Mist last time. Absolutely. Lizotti, thank you for subbing with Prime. Spears out, everybody. I guess today I should say Daybreaker's out. But we don't have a Daybreaker emote, so use Spears or Heron Spears. Thank you for subbing. It's a wonderful day. By the way, if you were not here for the start, I mean, the title on Twitch kind of gives it away as well. Today, I'm gonna play this 4-4 Daybreaker. If I die, I'm gonna make another one. It's whatever, although this one is really nice. But in about 3 hours from now, I'm going to play some spooky co-op game. Grindr told me it's better to play it when it's dark outside. Doesn't really affect me. I'm closed my window, but I'm gonna turn off the lights. Yeah, I'm gonna play spooky horror games with one game specifically with some other guys. Yeah, with Grindr that many of you know. Paul, maybe you might know as well. Who also has been an Albion streamer for way longer than me. And then some other guys as well, but I think the other guys are not content creators, just part of the company. So yeah. And from what Grindr told me yesterday, in that game, he said that we are not actually gonna be on Discord. Well, except for the start, we don't set it up. It's a game that works with proximity voice, yeah? Which I think adds a bit to the scary factor. So you're not like, it's not like co-oping through Discord, talking about plans or whatever, who's doing what. But you talk to those who are close to you in-game. And I am actually very easily scarable, so I'm a little bit already pre-scared. Sounds like Repo. It's not Repo, it's called... Wait, I downloaded it today. It's called Panicore. I don't know anything about scary games, so... I don't think Repo is scary though, is it? I'm not sure. Anyway, I have not played that either. So yeah, it's not that big a surprise, Sparky. Also, what's up? Hello. It's not a huge surprise, but since I don't know much about scary games, yeah, it's I keep referring it to as the game we're gonna play because I don't... To me, the names don't mean that much. At least not yet. Damn, this tier 8 Abby is dangerous. I hope nobody's gonna invis-spot and just take my items. Repo is more of a shits and giggles game? Yeah, I think so as well, from what I've seen in clips. Okay, omelet is out anyway. I'm gonna eat soup so that I'm not low HP all the time. Okay. There we go. So this way I feel better about clearing mobs. If I'm really low HP, if I do get attacked by someone, if I see them, yeah, if they don't just invis-spot based on sound or something, I can quickly disengage from mobs and regen with soup and then eat the snapper and fight back. But honestly, I'm not even sure if entering tier 8 Abbey, if it's even such a good idea, even on a 6-3 build. Because it's pretty slow, I don't really need the fame. The only big positive of this being so dangerous is that if I run around a little bit, I might find someone else who is really in trouble with mobs as well, yeah? Because if I'm struggling on Daybreaker, there will be builds that struggle a lot more with killing mobs. Hello, Caldari, what's up? Press shift to sprint? Is that some sort of... That's maybe something about the... like a inside joke about the game, I don't know. In tier 8 Abbey, actually, every chest and coffer also might be potentially valuable. Bobby says, I play scary games every day, it's called Solo in Black Sun. Oh yeah, I understand that. With Albion also, obviously, I've gone through that. But with Hunt Showdown, it was so clear. With Hunt Showdown, the first 100-200 hours... Now, Hunt Showdown is like an extraction-type shooter if you haven't played. But it's set in the 19th century. And it's like a cowboy/zombie thing. But it's all the AI around there are like scary zombies, and there's a lot of... It's very well developed in terms of sound around you, yeah? So it's actually like, after you play it for a long time, it becomes an extraction shooter, and you know, it's kind of, I mean, like Albion, yeah? In that sense that you're excited because the stakes might be high, but it's nothing scary, yeah? But for a long time, you know, like the first 100-200 hours, Hunt Showdown does feel like a horror game, and I definitely went through that. Because you are like sneaking, it's a PvP game, but you're like sneaking around, you know, kind of like Tarkov, similar maybe in the feeling. You're sneaking around every corner, you don't know if there's gonna be a player or not, constantly holding your breath. But then the actual mobs that you run into are also zombies, yeah? So it's not just the players that are scary. No, come on, Mr. Heron, wait, I just want to talk. I just want to see how good your Heron is. No. Tier 7. No, there's no way he kills me anyway, so goodbye. So I don't blame him, obviously he needs to run away. Caldari says, I killed the one-handed curse so fast he didn't get the chance to eat. It's happened to me too, when they're on cloth armor, of course. Yes. Well, one-handed curse, you can play it as a like legitimate weapon, and you can become decently good at it. But it's also one of the weapons which has received way too much coverage, yeah, like popularity among videos, content, like from content creators, just people discussing and stuff like that. And because of that, a lot of people play Curse thinking that it's a good beginner weapon, when it actually really isn't very good, yeah? So you will run into a lot of Curses who don't actually have a lot of PvP experience, and they're just focused, like you know, I often say that Spear is good because you have to figure out your enemy's plan and you have to kind of disrupt it. Well, Curse is often the opposite, especially for a lot of beginners. They just try to do their own thing in every single fight, yeah? No. So he's gonna pop my buff. I don't want to change food or use my potion, yeah, because I might get an actual fight later. So I think I just need to wait it out. The fact that he has potential to kill me and I'm so much more valuable will probably keep him around long enough. I will regen from soup, and then his boots are still on cooldown because he's using Wanderlust. Okay, thank God. I didn't have to... I mean, actually, the food part is not that important. But at least I didn't have to use my potions. Which is nice. By the way, good example. Good example why it's the best one. Best weapon to play. One of the best, probably with dual swords. Dual swords is much more... Like, you can take actual legit fights like a regular PvP. But in a, like a very outweighed IP-wise situation, Wildfire the best, probably. Man, I have 2 minutes to get there. I guess I have to go without the buff. Because the chest can be valuable. It's a tier 8 Abbey, right? I would really like to finish that red buff. Really, really, really. But there's a chance that there's like a tier 7 or something. So I don't really need the buff as desperately. And I just don't want to miss on the chest in a tier 8 Abbey. Press shift to sprint when you get a chase scene, or press shift to hold your breath. Is that the game? Okay, man, we'll see. I don't know anything, and I'm not gonna prepare for the game later. I hope that the guys that I will learn everything in the process, or the guys will tell me. And also, just thinking about it, I'm already a bit scared. But obviously, it's not scary to play on stream because I'm not really alone. Yeah, it feels like we are together, but I am my tolerance for scary things has historically been pretty low. I've talked about this before. I didn't grow up enjoying like scary movies and games. I don't mind it too much, but I'm not seeking that experience. But I think socially it can be pretty fun. Hey Vic, what's up? Done with bows? Now it's Daybreaker time? Yes. I mean, bow was really fun. Maybe I'll go back to it. I don't know, but at the end of the day, Spear and Daybreaker have a place in my heart. Yeah, like no other weapon. So. And I still had this very nice Daybreaker. And if I want to, like, full-on tryhard, like, I kind of want to. Yeah, I know I'm taking a lot of weird situations right now. Like 1v3 and stuff. But if I want to full-on tryhard, I kind of... I want to play Daybreaker or Spear. Interesting. Is he trying to bait me in, or what? Because he saw that I don't have a stack. I should probably eat food against him just in case, because he has red buff. But maybe I don't need it. Why is he... Is he trying to bait me or what? Let's try to get this guy instead. Never mind, I can't catch him. Is he really not worried that I'm just gonna run in and kill him? This battle axe. I mean, now I don't have boots for a while. But... Oh shit. Nah, I wish I had omelet there, but hey. Too bad that I have this food. I wish I had the other food here. Well, I got you now. No undead cape? I really don't have a good W for this, but I still have 2 potions, yeah. Okay. Ooh, 4.5 mil, holy shit. I mean, I kind of wish the battle axe, you know, left me in a nice 1v1, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to mess me up. Because I hit the E, yeah? This fight, I took a bit of a gamble with the E, and you saw I hit it from far. If I miss it, it's a bit more difficult, obviously, yeah, always, but that's a big thing. I hit everything. I could have also just gone for Harpoon there, and Harpoon, if I miss, we are both safe. But the E, if I miss, then if I do miss that, he has a bit of an advantage. But I got good value from my Inferno also, so I think overall, kind of okay. No, 6 mil. Yo, this tryhard day is working out pretty well again. And yeah, since the frost didn't even make me use my my potions, that's why I could also not worry about the about the rat too much. There's gonna have an assist though, right? Or did the battle axe only hit me? No, it's gonna have an assist, yeah. Interesting. I ate Snapper because I can't really afford to swap to Omelette and wait 10 seconds. I know I can just die because of that. For this fight, both foods are okay. With Snapper, it's a bit more difficult because, you know, obviously it's more difficult to catch him. But I do have good tools to catch him, as you saw. So even with Snapper, it's okay. And did everything survive, actually? Yo, this is the whole Frost build, yeah? Where's the Mist Color? Okay, the Mist Color died, that's it. Money maker. I already checked the Frost, but is it gonna be interesting for anything? Cool. Very good. Having cooldown rate is really good, yeah? Frost will 100% want that. Ability damage seems good as well. I don't know, item power probably as well. It depends. I don't know, but it looks like a weapon that some Frost players will be interested in buying. Do you also play daggers? Well, in theory, yes, Reaper, but it's been a while since I played. Okay, I played a little bit of Bloodletter last week, but normally the one dagger that I actually enjoy playing is Death Givers, yeah? Others I don't have that much experience with and haven't played that much. But Bloodletter a little bit, yeah. Let's buy another omelette, because why not? One of these. And like this. Thank God I had time to swap to Harpoon also. That was a big deal. Can you make profit counter like last time? It's nice to skip to fights when it's not possible to watch the whole time. Sorry, I don't want to spam. Yes and no. You know, Khalifa, for example, first of all, if you are watching on Twitch, you can always see under the Twitch, there's an extension from Killboard 1. There's an extension which shows you the latest kills and deaths, yeah? The profit counter right now is just purely 11 mil, right? I'll think about it, but today's stream is also not going to be that long. But it's good that you pointed out, because that's an argument for me in the future to do it, actually. I'll think about it. But everyone who's watching on Twitch, they can instantly see under the stream the latest 5 kills or deaths also, so you can kind of, you know, if you're tuning in and out, you can always see, okay, what did I just miss? And then you can kind of see it. By the way, who knows Crafter Streamer? Is there one on Twitch? I'd like to know how much fame you need to level up crafting to 100. Probably there was a video. I don't know. I know there's AFK streams. I guess you can call them crafting streams, but it's just running. Most of them are just running like a pre-recorded rerun and not actually answering questions. I don't know. From my experience, I have not really watched a lot of non-PvP content, yeah? So at least PvP related creators, I know some which I like, I know some type of content or who plays what a little bit. But my non-PvP like understanding is pretty like surface level. But one guy which has become really popular last year, who I think is like good at also answering questions from what I've seen, like in comments and so on, is called Nendis. I think it's called Nendis Albion or something, I'm not sure. Anyway. You know, take it with a grain of salt, because I'm a PvP guy, so I can't tell you who to follow or who to ask questions when it comes to not PvP stuff, yeah? In PvP, I can sometimes direct you, like I've been saying, telling you, like, you know, if you have any questions about Frost stuff, go ask Sagox, like, stuff like that, yeah? So I don't actually know who is, like, the most master crafter, but from what I've seen so far, Nendi seems like really knowledgeable guy. So if you have crafting-related questions, he might be able to answer. Him does YouTube videos, yeah? Hey Vic, can I see a toolman's and weapon? Yes. I am very happy with this Daybreaker. It's very successful, considering how crazy low this train is. Wilson says, hi, my king with Kong body. Hello. My moving diesel without a chariot, but with a spear. What is this? Chat. What is this? Poetry. Fuck you, Ice. You are mad about frost staffs. Yeah, that's why you're saying that. So you are happy that I killed the one-handed frost? That this makes you happy? Is that what you're saying? Because you don't like that frost staffs try to kite and fight from far. And this guy died so like he didn't even he didn't even know what hit him. Is the mana cost of running Impaler too much that mana boots is required for higher tiers? You know, Singblade, I'm kind of. I don't want to say yes yet, but it does seem like, and it's not so much. I would not run this if I was not running Duskweaver, yeah. So it's not just Impaler. Yes, one thing is that Impaler definitely takes energy compared to Cripple, yeah? So after the Cripple rework, whether you're running Harpoon or Impaler, you are more prone to running out of energy. But the big thing pushing me over the edge is Duskweaver Helmet right now. And also the fact that, I mean, if you've been right now, I fought already today, I fought so many 1v2s in the middle of 4 people, you know, fighting and fighting and fighting. It's like 4 different situations today I've been in the middle of a bunch of people. And every one of them I've been able to survive. But I think specifically for those situations, it's an extra argument, yeah? Like, I am losing. In some 1v1 fights, this is just a disadvantage compared to having the extra healing. But overall, I feel like more and more situations just require energy. And I have also let some kills go. Even today, 1 kill got away because I ran out of energy. So yeah, I think it's time to accept that energetic sprint when you're running Duskweaver Helmet is a good idea. Thanks for following. Net. You don't know Vin Diesel? You've never seen Fast and Furious? I do know Vin Diesel, but I don't... I still don't understand your poetry. I mean, I know who Vin Diesel is. Maybe there's some details about him that I'm not familiar with, yeah? I saw probably like the first 2 Fast and the Furious movies, yeah? That's about it. I don't know if I've seen him elsewhere. I mean, he has like cameos or like small roles, but in some places in some things I've watched for sure, but never focused on. I keep meeting IP abuse Frost every time I enter Mist in Asia. Yeah, Frost is a good weapon to play at really high IP, yeah? Because you are very safe. If you have cooldown reduction on your weapon, you're running Omelette or even Eelsteel. You have obviously Blink W, which is instant iframe whenever you need it. So in general, like, it's very difficult to end up in a situation where you die. Although, if you were here last week, there was that one situation when we almost killed Sagox on 8.4. He was 8.4 Frost. I rewatched that. He also rewatched the situation. Essentially, so Sagox is a guy, like a really cool guy who also streams. A Finnish player who's pretty much just played Frost, you know, for a long time. A really good Frost player, in case you don't know. Yeah, because I've raided him a couple times, so most people here probably know about him. Anyway, he's playing occasionally. And he's playing usually like very high tier. He was playing 8.4. And we watched each other's VODs later. So essentially the situation was, he was in the Abbey with his 8.4, fighting 2 other people, like tier 7s, like Battle Axe and Wildfire or something. Anyway, he lost like 40% HP because, you know, just like I'm doing this 1v2, he was dancing in between 2 people. And at that time, when he was on 60% HP, me and I was fighting a light crossbow, but, you know, we were not actually fighting, we were both full HP. We were still just posturing, you know, like trying to hit spells from far. We weren't actually fighting yet, but we were setting up for a fight, trying to hit spells. And we were moving in the Abbey and we ran across him. So me and this crossbow ran across an 8.4 Frost, who's at 60% HP because he's fighting someone else. And both of us, like, zero communication. The moment we saw him, me and the light crossbow instantly just went for him. Ignoring each other, ignoring everything else, you know? It was awesome. And I was playing Grovekeeper, so very good mobility. Unfortunately, and that's a situation where the 8.4, like, Frost would have probably died. Unfortunately for us, Sagox had the yellow buff, yeah? Like, he was pretty much... He was like 80% dead already. Because I was on top of him with Grovekeeper, and you know, Grovekeeper mobility is obviously as good as Frost. You know, if I keep catching, whenever he Ws, I'm gonna E or W as well. Anyway, and the crossbow can do enough damage to bring him down. So he was pretty much dead, but he had the yellow buff, which in that situation saved him. He was able to get just far enough away to blink and to get away. But yeah, anyway, it was a kind of interesting and intense situation, but that was like a very rare case when legit an 8.4 Frost was kind of almost dying, yeah? But generally, Frost staff is a good weapon to play really high IP, even though you are not gonna be winning a lot of even tier fights, unless you are really good and cracked at it, yeah? Like, you might have some trouble fighting some other 8.3s occasionally, depending on what builds they have. At the same time, at least you are usually pretty safe, yeah? Hello, Voodoo. What is scary co-op? Why are you scared? I am scared because... Wait, who said that I'm scared? I'm scared because I'm just generally a bit more scared from scary things. When I was little, we watched a movie at home, like with my mom and some family friends or something. And I was so scared. It was a movie about aliens, but it was like a complete comedy, yeah? It was like a stupid comedy, yeah, with just jokes. Not even meant to be a serious movie at all. And I was like, I had to go to the other room because I was so scared of the concept of aliens, I guess. I don't know. I remember that because... yes, anyway. I remember that because at some point, one of my mom's friends... I don't know. I was visiting them, or anyway, the mom's friend was like asked. Then I was a bit older, like maybe I don't know, 15 or something, and she was like a spider or rat or whatever. They were like cleaning the basement in their house, and the mom's friend was scared, and she like asked me to help with it, and I obviously helped. Like I'm not afraid of like real life stuff. Yeah, I'm afraid of fictional stuff, and I made fun of the mom's friend. That about being scared of spiders or rats, I don't remember. And then she came back with like her comeback was that to remind me how hysterically scared I was like of the Alien movie, which was touché. Anyway, long and pointless story is just that I am scared, Voodoo. I am easily scared, but we'll see what happens with the game. And the scary co-op game is going to be Panicore today. In a couple hours. What do you think about the buffs to the sword and the changes to introduce weapons into the meta? We already have cripple and heavy crossbow. Okay. That kind of balancing is small. Wait, what? What, Wilsons? What? Be more specific. First of all, I don't agree that balancing overall is bad. There are some decisions that legit don't make sense and make me think like, why? Like, why would you ever make these sorts of changes? But overall, the result right now, the way that solo PvP feels, I am very satisfied with, yeah? I'm not happy with cripple change, but I legit feel that right now in solo PvP, the variety of choices you have to play and be successful with, when it comes to Mist at least, and also open world. I mean, maybe Corrupteds are a bit more limited, but they always have been, yeah? But when it comes to Mist and open world, the variety of choices you have, like meaningful choices, yeah? Not just playing for fun, but actually play and win, is very, very good. There are so many different things you can play and be successful, and I'm very happy with that. So overall, I don't agree that balancing is bad at all. But as I said, some choices don't make sense, absolutely. Some buffs or nerfs or reworks don't make sense, and some of them are not bad, but they just leave me wondering, like, why, you know? Why do this? Like, but I ultimately, during my time playing Albion, I am very happy with the way balancing has been done. The only like frustrating feeling I have come back to several times really is that sometimes it feels like, why is it taking so long, yeah? Like, why is it taking so long to balance carving? Because it was like S+ solo weapon for such a long time. Flame Walker was kind of stupidly strong for how easy it is to play for too long, yeah? Sometimes I feel like, why not react faster? But the overall result, if you look at solo PP right now, balances in a good place. Thoughts on the next NDA patch making all boots unpurgeable? Did they not change that? Man, go check it out. I think you're saying making all boots unpurgeable. That's not actually what is happening, yeah? What you're saying is that they wanted to add to every plate helmet, not every helmet, but plate helmet, the spell that makes you immune to purges for 4 seconds, yeah? That's what you're referring to. Yeah? Just so we're clear. I think that change they decided not to go forward with. I'm not sure though. 170k, it's something. But I'd rather have a buff stack. LCS says, I was watching Dante yesterday and he said that he don't like CDR as attunement on Daybreaker. I know it's preference for player to player, but I don't see why he doesn't use it. Seems strong to me. I think one thing that might be true is that Dante has a more clearly defined playstyle on how he plays Daybreaker and how he plays Spear, yeah? So, and there is some logic to that. Essentially, I think, I'm guessing, yeah, without having talked to Dante about it, I'm guessing that one of his like ideas about it is that if he wants to play a more CDR-based playstyle, so kite a little bit more, use more spells than auto attacks, then he might as well just better play Spear, yeah, which one-handed Spear, which fits better into that playstyle, which makes sense. If I could change this CDR for lifesteal, I would. Nothing else now. Also, CDR is really nice in the multi-way situations, yeah? Like today almost every single fight. I mean, this was like a 1v1 anyway, and then the Battle Axe just came and tried to kill us. This one you can count as 1v1, but every other situation today, I've had to fight constant array of new challengers, yeah? For that, CDR does help a lot. So to solve situations where it's not a straight up duel. But I do like what you're saying. If I am correctly guessing Dante's thinking about it, I mean, I mostly agree, yeah? And as my playstyle changes a tiny bit with the Toolman, not crazy, but if I could replace this with a lifesteal, I would be happier to do that. But then, there would be fewer fights also when I need to change food, yeah? Right now, I run around on Omelette for a while, but then I changed to Snapper for almost every fight. Because I don't want to, like, even against Frost, as you saw, I don't want to have... Interesting. If he resets, I will probably change my helmet. If he goes for a full-on reset. Neither of us has a red buff. Wait, he eat a mob, so he's not resetting, he's just running away. What? Still have Inferno. I can't really let him get too many stacks from mobs. We both used one potion and neither of us has a red buff here. But his Mercenary Jacket is a pretty long cooldown. Now the fact that I changed helmet is really messing me up. No. Ooh. He didn't get out. Oh, everything trashed though. But nice kill. I almost regretted changing my helmets because if he starts running around and kiting too much, my helmet change is gonna be very, very sad. But hey. Maybe I was too careful, I'm not sure. Because I still had Inferno. I let him have full Mercenary, which was kind of iffy. I was a bit too hasty to use my Cultist. Because this is part of, like, I'm not fully sure how much damage I need to expect. Like, how dead am I if I let him get me to 50% HP when he has 3 stacks? Probably not that dead, to be honest. So I was a bit overreacting with my defensives. But at least I kept my Inferno until the end, yeah? If he gets 3 stacks, I'm gonna Inferno later. Interesting. Very interesting situation. Maybe changing helmets was a bit too defensive. But it was still a good example of the power of having a swap helmet. If I don't have a swap helmet, I still take the fight. But I have to take the fight in a different way. Yeah, a little bit. I don't have the easy button where I just click on him and start getting an advantage just because the Cultist is so good against Death Givers. But instead, what I can do, you saw right now, I eat through him, and then I'm far away, and now he can just walk away if he wants. Or if I walk back into him, now I don't have an E for his Mercenary, yeah? If I am on this helmet, I can E through him much... I can do the same without being punished by wasting my E, because I can now kite him with my helmet, or catch him if he starts walking away. So my playstyle changes, and it's a bit simpler with Cultist, but I would, like, if I didn't have Cultist, I would still take the fight, yeah? But just would be a bit more complicated, I think, but at the end of the day, it's just playing differently. I wish there were some mobs here for the red buff. I got his cape and only his helmet there. Is it just this guy? No, it's not. There's a dead. Go 2v1 me. I don't even have a buff stack. I'm not gonna follow him. I'd rather just take the chest. All the buff stacks here. I still have 3.9 mil. I mean, one of them is a swap helmet, one of the parts, but mostly. Unfortunate. How much did I lose? Let's do the count. It's pretty newly awakened, so it's not amazing by any means. So that's about, let's say 2.5. This is 5 total. Okay, some like 6.5 to 7 mil. Not crazy. But I got very good trash rate earlier with the frost, so that's okay. Wilson says, have you noticed that impalings are using more mana recently? Impalers? Danitz noticed it, and it seems that they have nerfed the mana used by the spear. Really? 3 people have commented on the same thing, and I know that using a weapon taller than the helmet, I mean higher IP than the helmet, is something that could drain mana in absurd ways. Interesting. I have not noticed that they have changed, but that's because I usually assume that it's my IP difference, yeah? Like right now, I have awakened weapon, but I have awakened it with item power. And I have good specs, yeah? So you can see my spear is almost the same IP as my helmet. But I have also really noticed, I doubt that they've done like a shadow thing, but I mean, anyone, like Danitz also, like Danitz is recording and streaming, right? So he can go and look at his old clips. I can do that also, and you can probably like see some, just compare the same IP Daybreaker from 2 months ago and see if it's, if it actually changed how much energy it takes. But it definitely has happened several times to me that I'm running out of energy recently, which didn't happen before, but I think it's mostly because of just on Duskweaver, not other helmets. Voodoo, did you clip the Death Givers? Trash rate is trash, yeah, true. True, that was a bit sad. But hey, it's a good example of helmet swapping. And still good clip. Oh, wait. Need to drop some of that stuff here as well. I got enough reputation to get Brazilian, but I can't teleport to it yet. Do I have to find it first? Yes, exactly. Voodoo is correct. You need to just go into Mists until you find the Brazilian portal, enter it once, and once you've been to actual City Brazilian one time on your character, then it will be open forever for you to teleport. This is the battle. Wait, what? You're not allowed. Interesting, because actually Twitch links should be allowed, but anyway, I'm like, you can put it on Discord if you want to have the conversation later. I'm not gonna watch a random fight right now. If you're just posting a clip to try to show that some other creator also ran out of energy, it's I mean, the clip doesn't add anything. I believe you, yeah. Your words are enough to convince me that, as you said, Danitz also ran into a problem of running out of energy. Huh? That's understandable. But as I said, I've only noticed this to be a problem on Duskweaver. And even on Duskweaver, many, like usually fights are, I'm just close to running out of energy, but not full on. But you know, some fights I do run out. Last time I played Daybreaker, there was this fight against Bloodletter. He tried to run away for a long time, and I was still able to run after him. And I only ran out of energy at the very end when he died, so it's not crazy energy problems, but it's like, it's a little bit, yeah. And it is new because it used to be that since you're using Cripple, with Cripple you never had energy problems. Dix says, "Hey Vic, got my 1 hour to 120, one-handed to 120 today, and nearly all 100 in the other. So I was wondering if it's even worth to upgrade crystal weapons just for spec." I don't do it, no. Because you don't, I mean, the crystal weapons give to everything, right? See, I haven't even touched Driftblade. So, for example, this, sorry, no, this is not crystal. For example, this one will also affect, you can see, a tiny bit of bonus to all hunter weapons and offhands, yeah? So this will also affect spears as much as this affects spears. But like, it's just a tiny bit. What was it, the number? Let's look again. 0.025. So if you get this to 100, it will be plus 2.5. Getting Riftclave to 100 will give me plus 2.5 IP. I'm not gonna think about it even. Did a couple of Mist tier 6 yesterday, but haven't encountered it yet. Next patch, they were supposed to make it so that Brazilian portals will spawn more rarely in tier 6 mists and more likely in enchanted mists. But for now, there should be plenty of Brazilian portals everywhere. So I'm surprised if you haven't found one yet. But I think it will be find it pretty quickly. Zero said earlier in YouTube chat, a year ago in Asia, server premium was 20 mil, now 54. Is it really possible for a returning player to make that much, and is it worth it? Good question. Yes and no. Is it possible to make that much? Making money is also a bit easier, yeah? Inflation works on both ends. So the items that you loot, whether you're doing PvE or PvP, a lot of the items are also just cost more, yeah? If you just, of course, specific items prices also depends on other market conditions. Like an item gets buffed, it's gonna be more expensive. But if you take the same items, like let's say this jacket, also a year ago cost less, yeah, a little bit. So if you loot this sort of jacket from other players, you're also making more money. However, the silver income has not been buffed from what I know, and it is definitely more difficult. I'm just saying that it's not as crazy jump as it seems because you're also making a bit more money. On the other hand, your question, is it worth to get premium? It's very personal. Like, it depends on your playstyle. There is nothing inherently, like, about premium inherently that you need to have to enjoy the game. The more your gameplay revolves around PvP, the less important premium is. And the more you do other stuff, like gathering, crafting, refining, PvE with group, stuff like that, the more important premium is. But you have to, like, I cannot give you an answer because it depends on how many hours you play, what you do with your time in Albion. To some extent, you can calculate it, yeah? You can, like, predict. Let's say for the next month, you're going to play 15 hours a week of Albion. You're going to do these and these things, so you predict that your non-PvP income will be, like, I don't know. During 15 hours, you're going to make, like, let's say 15 million, yeah? So over the month, you think your non-PvP income will be about 60 mil. So you can try to calculate. If you got, instead of 60 mil, you would get 90 mil. Is that worth it? Probably not. So if you don't, like, the threshold for how much you need to play to make premium worth it is a bit higher than it used to be. But it's very difficult to calculate, yeah, for someone else, and you have to think about your own playstyle. And if you, like, then you can also try to factor in, which makes it complicated, like, if you want to level up your gathering, crafting, your premium becomes even much more valuable. Then you're not just calculating in silver, but also the kind of fame you get. You won't see it on the map like Vic does? Is that true? Wait. I didn't know that. Dix, wait. Someone who doesn't have Brazilian unlocked doesn't see the Brazilian portal when they enter the mist? They have to run around finding. I did not remember that. Is that true? Okay, I didn't know. That's cool. That's very, very interesting piece of knowledge that I absolutely forgot. Well, one thing I do remember is that neither on NA nor on EU server, it didn't take me long to find Brazilian. It was very, very quick. When I got to 50,000, I don't know, it took me like half an hour or maybe an hour maximum. Just changing wisps and finding it. Probably even less. You can look for the structure though. Okay, yeah. You can see the 4. I can't show right now because I don't have one in this mist, but okay. When I unlocked it, I could see it, but it was some time ago. I don't remember spending a lot of time on it, but I did not know that it's only shows to those who have already unlocked it. That's a bit surprising. Let's see who else we can find. I think I'm a bit too careful against Deathgivers, to be honest. Like, okay, you have to be careful, right? Because, especially Stalkerhood Deathgivers, when I reach 50% HP, I need to have an advantage, yeah? If we get to 50% at the same time, he's gonna Stalkerhood and he's gonna look for the execute much earlier than me, yeah? So you have to be a bit careful. But I feel like I'm being a bit too careful. Like, this is another situation where maybe it's okay if I let him hit me with an E right away with his 3 stacks, yeah? Which is what he tried to do, remember? When he was attacking me through mobs, he tried to get the E for free. Maybe it's okay. Although in this specific situation, at the beginning I had Duskweaver helmet, which makes me even more careful. And I only swapped to Occultist when I chased him. But still, that's a long-term, I don't want to say bad habit, but suboptimal habit I think I have, is that I have died to Deathgiver so many times when I was newer to the game that I maybe overestimate how strong they are, and I'm too careful sometimes. But hey, who knows? How would you fight Deathgivers using Q1? Kiting. My priority against Q1 Deathgivers, nobody can brawl. No weapon. Battle Axe cannot brawl against Q1 Deathgivers. Other Deathgivers when Q1 is the only thing that can brawl against Deathgivers Q1, yeah? So, against Q1 Deathgivers, my plan is to use the fact that his mobility is very limited due to Q1. So, I'm going to kite him. If he gets on top of me, when I see that he gets 2 stacks, I'm gonna either E away and start kiting him from a distance, impalers, my helmet, stuff like that. Or I'm going to at least Inferno, and then after that, kite. But I'm gonna take majority of the fight from a distance against Q1 Deathgivers, and only stay close to him when I feel like I have already a big enough advantage to essentially go for the kill. This is also why you will often see Q1 Deathgivers prioritize catching enemy, yeah? You will see Q1 Deathgivers often play Assassin Shoes on dash, play Shadow Edge, W, so they will make up for their lack of mobility with other tools, because if they do get, like if the Q1 Deathgivers are able to stay on top of you, it's essentially, it's the same like a sword is catching a frost, yeah? The frost is kiting and the sword knows that if I catch you, it's like that song in Portuguese, you know, like, anyway, you know the song. The sword is thinking like, if I catch you, you know, if I ever catch you, then the frost is gonna start dying. Any weapon against Q1 Deathgivers is a bit like the same. The Deathgiver is looking at me like, oh, if I catch you, if one day if I catch you, you know, you're dead. So it's my job to make sure he doesn't catch me, essentially. Rayesh asks, are Deathgivers easy to get into? I never really played daggers all that much. It's a difficult answer. Yes and no. Rather no. Deathgivers have a... like, there are some builds which make it pretty simple to learn, like the one-shot. In that case, the only problem with Deathgivers, like when you're starting, is that they are much more expensive, yeah? If you play low IP, they might feel like it's not worth it, because you're paying a lot more for Deathgivers than you would for most other weapons at tiers 5, 6, 7. In terms of skill, Deathgivers offer such a variety of ways to play, and they are interesting and relatively difficult. So I wouldn't say it's very easy to get into it, but at the same time, yeah, so my simple answer would be no. But at the same time, there's a reason why Deathgivers are the S+ best weapon, S+ tier best solo weapon right now. So even though they are a bit complicated to pick up, you will start getting some kills, because you put so much pressure on your enemy that if your enemy messes up, some fights are not that difficult, yeah? But against good players who know how to react to your Q and W choices, you're gonna struggle for a little while. It's kind of tactical weapon as well. Flow Gauge says Deathgivers are expensive but very strong once you learn them. Yeah. Exactly. I don't suggest them to new players simply because of price. Otherwise, I would say it's kind of like Spear, yeah? Just like one-handed Spear, if you learn Deathgivers, then you will... you will have a bit more difficulty at the beginning, but then it's going to be rewarding and an interesting tactical weapon to be good at. Because you have to, on Deathgivers, unless you're playing the one-shot Deathgivers, and even then a little bit, but generally you have to adapt a little bit more to your enemy by choosing correct spells and playing according to what spells you chose. You should look in Yellow Mists. I don't know if do Yellow Mists have more portals? No, they probably have less portals, but it's just easier to change from one to the other, yeah? Sword, Ice, Ochipego. Yeah, exactly. That's the. I didn't want to risk completely mispronouncing it, but yeah, that's the song I was playing in my head. Wisdom Ezekiel says no overcharge today. No, today is Tryhard Day on 6.3. I'm not gonna overcharge 6.3 just for fun. Unfortunately, it doesn't make sense. So yeah, but I do have overcharge. Maybe someone will make me use it. I mean, this could potentially have been an overcharge fight, but ended up being not necessary at all. Yellow Zone has more portals in Black Zone. Common Mist can't have. any. I think Black Zone Common Mist can still have. Right now, can have portals, yeah. They added a lot of portals to Black Zones. No. That was a very long time ago that you couldn't have in regular. Right now, there's a Brazilian portal in every second mist that I go to. You can just focus on stream next time I change mists. I see portals very often. But with next patch, I think they said that they're gonna make it less likely for a portal to spawn in tier 6 mist and more likely in enchanted mists. But still possible everywhere. When it's the first time you need to go through Yellow Zone Mist to reach Brazilian? Really? Are you sure, Zod? Are you sure? I don't remember doing that. Man, I learned a lot about reaching Brazilian today. I really don't remember. I mean, as I said, finding Brazilian must have been very easy when I did it, because otherwise I would have a memory of the struggle. But instead, I just remember that when I got the 50,000 standing, it was kind of easy to get into Brazilian. But I find it a bit doubtful that you need to go through Yellow Zone the first time. I spent 2 hours with a friend once looking for it. Interesting. I mean, it's possible that I just don't remember that fact, but... Then found a YouTube vid saying that it was true. It used to be the case that in Black Zones, like, you couldn't find the Black Zone Mist, you couldn't find Brazilian portals unless it was an enchanted mist, but that was a long time ago. I've been doing Black Zone Mist, might be why I'm not finding it. I'll look in Yellow Zones tonight. Okay, if Zombig also finds one in Yellow Zones and not Black Zones, that's like plus extra data point to suggest that you're right. I have, okay, I can maybe take their mobs here. I have 13 stacks. I've been doing a good job clearing mobs. I have a red buff right now. Maybe gonna have 14 stacks red, and hopefully it's gonna give me a good opportunity to kill someone. $14 stacks red. And there's still 3 minutes and 1 minute for this. Okay, maybe I can find 15 stack red. Oh yeah, like this. Okay. Oh, never mind. Well, at least I still have a red one. Voodoo says, I'm only killing Badons today. Should I start playing all the Badons I load? That's an interesting situation. Badon is not... I mean, it's pretty popular. Like, it's like up there, like B-tier weapon that a lot of people are playing, bow enthusiasts. Because it's at the crossroads of being nicely flexible and cheap, comparing to Sky Strider, yeah? Like, a lot of bow players would like to play Sky Strider, but it's just prohibitively expensive, I think. But still, it's kind of an interesting coincidence that you keep killing Badon players specifically. I'll report in tomorrow. Okay, nice. Nope. Green chest, and then we have 2 minutes until that. Would be nice to have 15 stack. I'm gonna go look around. In Yellow Zone Mist, it's about 25% chance for Brazilian portal, says Sasha. In Black Zone Mist, it's about 10%, but still there. Okay. Ooh, what is that? I don't want to lose my chest because of it, but... I mean, he might decide to fight back. He has good tools. But he's tier 6, yeah, so... Doesn't matter how good it is. I'm gonna go check out the chest, whatever. Yeah, he's probably gonna tag along and looking to mess up if I do get into a difficult fight, but... It's whatever. He's not super scary as an aggressor. He's more scary when he's being attacked and he defends himself. the tier 6 fire stuff. So this is Voodoo Mama's secret recipe to kill Badons. First you approach them, then you go Ooga Booga. I see, I see. I have soldier helmets easier with good defensive like that. Yeah, Guardian helmet, soldier helmet, very nice against Badon. Or Mistwalker jacket. Writing down my notepad. Need to Ooga Booga. That's the part you were missing, Zambik. I'm pretty sure if you were struggling with Badons, the part that you were struggling with was the getting close or approaching part. For most people, the Ooga Booga part is the easy part of fighting a Badon. It's the approach that is a challenge. I need to be ready to change food if there's an actual fight. But it doesn't look like anyone's coming. We'll see. 15 stacks red, come on. Maybe that's why I got 15 stacks, because there was no one else contesting the rooms. I mean, there must be some sort of logic there. Let's go look around. Maybe there is like a PvE player somewhere in the north. I play longbow, I don't even need to approach, just go Ooga Booga. So you lied, Voodoo. You were just asked about the secret recipe and you just straight up lied. Do not trust him, he will hunt you with his Badon. I think Cemrek is right. I am inclined to trust Cemrek's hunch much more than Voodoo's lies about approaching. It is the big Badon propaganda. Voodoo just wants people to come and Ooga Booga him so he can get 3 free kills. Vic, how would you make Quarterstaff viable? I see some people in different servers play it hit and run, others play it in plate. Plate armor, Quarterstaff, playing around in corrupted dungeons, playing around the traps, and you know, you have pretty good mobility if you focus on it, and you can really take advantage of someone being in a fire trap, yeah, or like whatever the environmental hazard. Open world or mists, I don't know a lot of people who want to play plate Quarterstaff. It's definitely less popular. As for how would I make it viable, it's tricky. I played it and I felt it is pretty okay at low IP when more fights become brawl heavy, because Quarterstaff is very good at brawling. But at higher IP it's too rigid. It's too easy to play around because you don't have that much flexibility with your spells. And people will predict your E's and your W's. Obviously, if you're going for Gale Dance, people will know that you want to do it. They will dodge the last hit. So I don't have a good answer about making it strong against like meta weapons. But if you do hit all your spells, like Quarterstaff is very viable. It's just very difficult to actually hit because your E can be dodged, reacted to. Your W, obviously you're standing there for a while, it can be cancelled with a interrupt. People walk out of it. People will purge the buff, whatever. So I don't think that there's some sort of silver bullet or some sort of secret sauce that you're missing when you play Quarterstaff. I think it just is complicated because almost anyone knows what you're going to try to do. Hey, talking about Swapper, no, but this guy doesn't have specs to be a Swapper. Unlikely, no. On the hit and run, they take Carrion Cape and Cartwheel Kick. But that's not in Mists, right? In Mists, if you hit and run, the other person are just gonna walk the other way and wave goodbye, yeah? There's no reason for them to stay around and give you their items, yeah? And chase you forever. That's in Corrupted, that works, because in Corrupted, if you can get the other person to run away, they run bats into bats. If they can get the other person to follow you, the moment they step into some sort of trap, you can use it to your advantage. Do you consider Daybreaker meta? Absolutely, Dix, yeah. I believe Daybreaker is an S tier weapon. In my vision right now, Death Givers are the best solo PP weapon for Mists. Like S plus tier, whatever you want to call it, the best sitting atop. And then one step below that is the S tier of really good weapons. And in that S tier category, Daybreaker is 100% in there. Like, we can have some arguments about some weapons, like Fists of Avalon. Are they still there in S tier? Flame Walker is probably there. You have Sky Strider, Arclight Blasters. Like, some of those weapons are obviously there. Some of those we can have an argument and discussion. But Daybreaker is no doubt in that S tier. Singblade says, what do you think is the most balanced... Wait, what would you say this is the most balanced the Mists have ever been? Good question. I think so, yeah. Good question. It really does feel like Mists are in a great place. And a very big... As much as I hated the Demon Boots patch, I must admit that buffing over the last year, buffing Royal Boots and Demon Boots has been a very significant part of bringing this sort of fun balance into Mists. Because a lot of, like, if you are a newer player, a lot of the builds that for you might seem like, obviously, you know, you can play Mists on a Curse Staff or a Fire Staff, you are just a bit more limited, but you can play. Or even like crossbows. Yeah, of course you can play crossbows. Just slap Demon Boots on them. Flame Walkers even use Royal Boots. A lot of those things, it's very easy to forget how much more limited Mist used to be in terms of you either went for very good mobility or you went 4.1. Yeah, 4.1 you can always play Battle Axe and dual swords. But for higher IP meta, it was always you either take a mobility weapon or you go play some other game. So a lot of balance changes have brought so much more fun into and variety. I think the answer is yes to your question. That I do consider currently, from my experience, from the times when I've actively played, because I also take breaks, yeah, and I'm not the veteranist of players. I didn't play Albion from the start, but from my experience with Mist, yeah, it does feel like the most balanced. There's so many weapons that are viable, and so many different builds and playstyles, and mobility still dominates, but not to the extent like it used to. Huang asked earlier, Vic, what do you think about Prowling? Tier 7 to be specific, not very strong right now. You have to be a very good player, you have to outplay your enemies, and you're gonna be struggling on Prowling mostly, unfortunately. If you want to play Prowling, interesting decision that you have to make, which also illustrates one of the weaknesses. You can't straight up just... I mean, you have to decide what to do with your W. If you go Tether, if you don't go Tether, you are unlikely to be able to keep up with other meta weapons, yeah? Like Spear, Sword, Deathgivers, Daybreaker, stuff like that. Fists of Avalon, yeah? If you don't have Tether, you're kind of stuck with not the best mobility, so you are reliant on your enemy to stand there and take your damage. But if you go Tether, that is very nice. That does give you a lot of options how to play the fight. But then a lot of those good weapons will just brawl you. So if you do have Tether, like if I'm a Daybreaker, I can play against Polymorph also. But still, if you are on Tether, it's much easier for most weapons to just stand and out brawl you. So you are kind of like, I don't know, you're a bit limited in one. You have to decide, are you more limited in mobility or more limited in how good you are at brawling? But it's not easy to play. But it's possible. There are some Prowling players who somehow still make it work right now. The exit is a bit too close here, but... He's gonna be in combat for a little while, but not long enough for me to actually kill him. Is it Mage Rope? Well, Omelette is good for these situations. Where I'm not actually worried about dying in the 1v1, the Omelette is nice, yeah? Because then I can catch him. It's much more difficult for me to catch him without Omelette here. But, you know, valiant effort fighting back. In the latest video, I also, like, I haven't created it yet, but next video will be. I also discussed this very briefly because we have that guy, the same guy that I ratted when he was 8.4, is the guy who wrote /suicide after we took a 1v1, which he was trying to bait me like crazy, even though he was higher tier. Then he did take the fight, we 1v1'd, he died, and then he killed /die, you know, to not give me the kill, which in my opinion really sucked. But I think, for example, this is a situation. In this situation, it's kind of it's an interesting honorable decision that he let me have the kill. Not that it's like a huge deal, but still, like if this guy in his place, I would sometimes write /die, because I believe if it's not a 1v1 fight that both players wanted to have, he obviously didn't want to get ganked. Yeah, I forced him to fight. with my big IP advantage and running into his spell. I think in this case, there's no expectation. Like, it's very reasonable for him to not give me the kill if he doesn't want to. Like, it was a very one-sided decision, yeah? But in a fight where both players agree we're gonna have a 1v1, I feel like it's a bit scummy to, you know, to die. No, it's not a big deal, but it's just something I realized when making the video. That, if you set up for a fight and you die to a mob or to your own damage, then let the other person finish the kill. Stingblade says, because I feel like meta weapons either excel at brawling or mobility, but not as much both. Of course, some weapons are better than others, namely Aberfist. Okay, yeah, true. I mean, the weapons that rise to the top are always the ones that can do both, yeah? That can have amazing mobility without sacrificing too much of their damage or brawling, or amazing brawling without sacrificing too much mobility, yeah? All the top weapons will do that, yeah? I mean, maybe some exceptions, those that are like only mobility, like double-bladed, yeah, but those are also not real meta. They're just used by like those who want to be super safe and RMT money with 8.4 sets. That's like, I don't know how much of a meta we can call that. But like legit meta weapons like Death Givers, amazing mobility without sacrificing damage, and you have options based on the fight which to go. Daybreaker, very good above average mobility, above average brawling, yeah? And you don't have to choose one or the other, but you always get both. Fists of Avalon, the example you brought, very good potential damage, very good mobility, yeah? No, I wouldn't say it's unparalleled mobility anymore, but it's very good. Sky Strider, all of those other Arclight Blasters, yeah? You don't have to sacrifice one. You still focus on one and the other, but you don't have to sacrifice, yeah? So absolutely. This guy was probably ashamed of having to kill him in his stats. Maybe, I don't know. It was if you were here, you remember, right? I was tier 7 Spear and he was just trying to gigabait me in on tier 8 one-handed dagger, which is not... It's a matchup which can go either way, yeah? But it's definitely not a matchup where I have some sort of advantage, especially when I'm one tier lower. He was trying to do the mounting fake mount up, to run away, to do all kinds of things to just get me to use some mobility. Because if I use some mobility and then he catches me, you know, I'm just dead, obviously, yeah? To one-handed dagger E. So yeah, it was annoying, but at the end of the day, I think my point is like, I am not above that, that to also write /die if I get ganked. If an 8.4 kills me, or a rat kills me, and I get the opportunity, I'm gonna deny them the kill fame. Most likely, yeah. It's not super important, but sometimes, yeah. But if we accept an actual 1v1 fight, like a proper fight, I think that's a bit low. Like, if you set up for an actual fight and the other guy fair and square beats you 1v1, if that happens to me, I'm not going to... I'm gonna give him the kill, yeah? Oh, damn, Temrek actually... okay, we're gonna hydrate. This was a couple minutes ago. 7. But I noticed it. So, what we're gonna do together is hydrate. I have this bottle of Vitautas. If you're from the Baltics, you know, as I said last stream, it's a mineral water that is... You either love it or hate it. This is not the mineral water, actually. This is just tap water with lemon, yeah? But I just wanted to show that it's... I happen to love this, but I know a lot of people who hate it. It's like... It's way too full of mineral flavor, you know? Like, you know, mineral water, sometimes you feel like... I don't know. It's like you're sucking nature's, like, the rock, you know? Like, you feel like... Whatever. It's a very strong name. It's called Vitautas. It's like a very typical Lithuanian male name. Right? I think in all Baltic countries, it doesn't matter. It's I don't know. Most people who don't like it, they just want mineral water, like just the taste of water with carbon, like carbonated water. But this gives you like, you feel the minerals. Anyway, I love it. But I'm gonna drink just lemon water out of it today. So we're gonna all hydrate together as requested by Semrek. Thank you. Oh, this was good. This is very good. Dr. Kali says, I've never been successful with Daybreaker in the depths. Your thoughts? Are you playing it solo? Or Daybreaker doesn't feel like an amazing weapon for depths, but if you're playing it in a duo or trio, it definitely can have a lot of potential. You have decent damage. You can stick on top of enemies, which can be useful sometimes, but more than anything else, you can purge the whole enemy team. You do a good damage E, AoE, yeah, right? You can drive through 2 or 3 enemies, and if there's any buffs on them, you can purge all of them at once. So Daybreaker feels like it has definitely potential. You know, duo or trio, I would absolutely say Daybreaker is fine. But it's also not amazing at that sort of content, because a lot of your potential to outplay, which you can use in 1v1, it's not going to be as useful against duo or trio, yeah? Sometimes duo or trio fights are a bit less about outplaying your enemy. Of course, that still matters, but sometimes it becomes just a raw DPS check, like who has more DPS, you know, if there's a healer involved. You can still, there's still room for some amazing outplays, but usually it's going to be more tactical, like how well are you guys all focusing the same target, how high is your DPS, how good is the build. And Daybreaker excels more when you have that ability to outplay your opponent with different spells and reacting to what enemy does, like in 1v1. Everybody needs to hydrate, yes. Oh, yeah. Now I noticed it. Sucking what? It's like... Okay, Lisotti, I'm gonna try to explain it the best I can. So, if you imagine mineral water, like, you imagine, what's it called? Where the water is, like, this sort of thing is comes from. In nature, you know? Like, spring, right? I think that's the word in English. Like a water spring, right? Okay, if you imagine, like, water somewhere in the forest, you know, like a little creek, I don't know what the exact words are, like a small riverish thing, like a spring or a creek, or some of those words seem correct to me. If you imagine that in nature, like running water across rocks, yeah? That's how I imagine where mineral water is taken from, and then they add carbonization to it, and that's how you get it. Now, if you imagine going out into the nature, taking the rocks that the water is flowing over, and putting them in your mouth, I imagine that that's the taste you get. Like, it's just the kind of raw taste of nature. I don't know. maybe it's not true, but that's how I imagine it. It's like, I don't know, like minerals. Like, it is definitely much saltier than normal mineral water, but it feels like, you know, you have like sucking raw nature rocks. Yeah, exactly. That's what I imagine the taste of Vitautas is probably closest to. It's difficult to be it's difficult to be confident in my evaluation, because I have never actually sucked nature's raw rocks, you know, but still. Yeah, okay. And from what I've heard from others, as I said, I've heard, like, there are people who really like it, and I'm one of those. I like this kind of weird, a bit too salty, a little bit weirdly bitter kind of taste with the water. But there are people who absolutely hate it and will never drink this, because they want their mineral water to taste like water and nothing else. Or maybe like water with lemon or whatever the little taste. Anyway, it's from Lithuania, yeah? I am from Estonia, which is the small Baltic country in the north, and the water is 2 countries down, but not far. Thanks for following, Mr. Juego Retro. Oh, something here. Can't really find a lot of people to murder right now. Let's go try. Should I eat another omelette? I guess I should probably, but let's try. He says XD. Okay. But this is not an escape set. This is not a swap set, yeah? So I don't know why he's XDing me. I should have been dismounted. Maybe that's why he's XDing me. Okay, so that's why he's XDing me instead. I realized. Am I just dead? I might be dead, we'll see. I'm not happy that the other guy is trying to help him, but I guess such is life. Nah, the mob is gonna slow me. No, never mind, the mob didn't slow me. I wonder if it just happened unlucky timing. That I was there at the time when the other guy was there as well. If I run out of mobs to Duskweaver, I might die to the 8.4 there. Like here, I would love to have a Duskweaverable mob. And now I need to de-aggro this mob before the exit, and I'll be fine. Okay, whew. Whew. All good, not even worried. Interesting why he XD'd me. I wonder if he XD'd because he knew that this is a setup for Deathkillers to kill me, or he was just XDing like because I was so obvious I went past the camp and then dismounted and then came back, yeah? I was an omelet and Duskweaver. That helped me. 8.4 instantly drank a potion. That's interesting. Like he did have some sort of either respect for my build being able to like threaten him, or he just wanted to be like extra safe. I'm not shitting on that decision. I'm absolutely it's just curious. You know, like when I'm fighting lower AP people, as you've seen, oftentimes my whole goal is maybe I can do this without eating a potion. It's not always a good idea, you know? It's much better to drink all your potions and have your cape on cooldown than to die without having all of them used. But it's just interesting that the 8.4 instantly drank a potion at the beginning. The moment he saw that I'm fighting back. Maybe he assumed if I'm fighting back, he assumed that it means I am also 8-3 or something, yeah? Maybe, because, you know, it's likely that he knows exactly what I was, but sometimes some 8.4s run around. This used to be the case with the double-bladeds, just clicking on the enemy HP and not even looking at the build. If they see over 4000 HP, they just don't attack, yeah. But maybe this was not that. I'm just curious that he instantly drank a potion the moment he saw that I am fighting back at all. I need to eat new omelet. And then swap. Luckily, the gloves didn't have a sprint. So yeah, it was not a setup, right? There's no way it was a setup. If they legit wanted to bait people in to get free kills for the 8.4, like if they were trying to work together in some way, the gloves needs to be on regular sprint, yeah? There's no reason to be on assassin shoes. And if the gloves is on regular sprint, he has the mobility to catch me. He doesn't need to do anything except get on top of me, because the moment he gets on top of me, I cannot Duskweaver, I cannot E. I will have to E, but then I will get into combat, you know, so I might be in trouble. And then the Deathgivers will dismount in front of me and just kill me. That's essentially how I predict it would go if he didn't have assassin shoes. So I got kind of lucky there with his choice. Kane says hi. Hello. Today stream is a bit shorter on YouTube, but in about 2 hours I will start playing a scary co-op game. So the actual stream is not shorter, it's going to be longer than usual, but the Albion part is going to be about 2 more hours. Having a very good day with Daybreaker, even surviving the 8.4s. But yeah, just so you know, there's going to be spooky time with in co-op mode. I get easily scared, so if I wasn't streaming, I would watch myself play scary games, yeah? Although, who knows, you know? It's different when it's co-op. Maybe it's not that scary, but still. I see people playing Jacket of Tenacity a lot on Daybreaker. Does the third ability have any use, or is it just for the IP bump? Paladin, primarily IP, yeah? When you're choosing a 30% jacket, you only have 4 choices. 30% damage, yeah? Not every leather jacket gives you 30%. You see this 34. It's 34 because plus extra 4 from this, but 30 base, yeah? Only 4 jackets have that. Out of those 4 jackets, this is the best deal in terms of high IP per, like, money per silver. Sorry, IP per silver. But there is some usage. Like, if all jackets were the same cost exactly, I would buy Mistwalker over Tenacity. I would definitely want to have the Mistwalker spell as an option. It's going to be more useful in different situations. I used to use a lot more Mistwalker, but lately, after they buffed the mobs, the artifacts are so much more difficult to get that Mistwalker prices have gone absolutely crazy. It's been a while already. But the last spell can still be useful because it's lower cooldown, yeah? It's not as good as Inferno, and it's lower duration, obviously, but it's much lower cooldown. So if enemy has a Purge, sometimes it's good to change to this, because, you know, if they use their Purge to get rid of my third spell, then I will have my jacket again, and they won't have their purge. Let's see, the carving might want to fight. Hi, I don't know you have Twitch channel. Yes, everyone here, this stream is on Twitch and YouTube, so you can choose. Let's see if he wants to fight. He has wrong W for this. It's tier 8, he can overcharge and it's gonna be a very meaningful fight. He has wrong W. This fight would be much easier for him if he had the first W, I think. Not ideal. I tried to dodge there, but that didn't work out the way I wanted to. Oh, that was nice timing, though. The timing on my running away to make him miss his E, that was awesome. But yeah, I need to be a bit careful now with my E, because obviously he got big value Inferno because of my E usage, and he should still have one potion, so. And he's risking a lot less, so I don't really have to run into him, but I'm gonna try though. And he's gonna purge my boots now, unfortunately. Since I didn't make him purge my Inferno, his purge is available for my boots. If he had other W, I would have to be so much more careful brawling him. No, he's just out now, probably. Maybe not? Ooh, close. Nice, good fight from him. Once again, like, I had this carving fights also last couple of streams sometimes. This fight is much, like, it has to be different if he's high IP, yeah? If he's at least 6-3 with also Awaken, I have to be so much more careful, yeah? I'm not using my E and my boots just to run into him. I have to be a lot more careful, not brawling, not wasting my E, or at least not brawling as much when I'm on Duskweaver, yeah? I still brawl well, but I have to be a bit careful since he can always purge my Inferno with stacks. Duskweaver doesn't help me brawl. Either I change helmet or I'm a bit more careful, yeah? But because even after the overcharge I have a bit of an advantage, because of I have very nicely awakened weapon, and he's using this, yeah? If he was using Q1, he's so much more dangerous to me. But then I kite him more. But yeah, anyway. Just to explain, this, like, it's not the first time I play against the carving. And, like, just to be clear, like, so not play as aggressively as I'm playing if you don't feel like you have an advantage, yeah? Because the cripple advantage that spears used to have no longer exists there. Because obviously I'm not even using cripple anymore in this matchup. But hey, nice of him to take the fight. If he was higher tier than me, I would probably swap helmet there actually. And make him choose what to purge, my helmet or my Inferno. And by the way, thanks for following also, Canes. That was a while ago, but it's cool. Price of jacket is lower. Yeah, but it's price per IP. That's the important thing about Tenacity Jacket. Like, Assassin Jacket is much cheaper than... Not much, but it's cheaper than Tenacity Jacket, but it's lower IP if you buy 6-3 Assassin Jacket, yeah? What offhand should I play with Broadsword and Mist? I mean, I think you know the answer I'm gonna tell you first, yeah? Which is that you probably shouldn't be playing Broadsword and Mist. If you're gonna play Broadsword and Mist, you are already so far out in uncharted territory because no, it's not being played seriously right now, like for serious, especially higher tier PvP, that there isn't really a clear meta. if I were to play broadsword, I would choose between torch and facebreaker. I don't instantly think of anything else that would make sense, and you would probably just brawl. Yeah. How much IP you got from spear? What do you mean by that, Keynes? You mean my perk here? This is the attunement I have, yeah. Plus 75, like plus 8.7% cooldown and max HP. Very, very nice. It's such a low strain. I put only 1.7 million and got an amazing weapon. I got very lucky with the rolls. If you're asking something else, then explain your question, Keynes. I know, need 100 spec. Well, I would go Torch or Facebreaker, and I would focus on just brawling and hoping that you all brawl some people because of sword stacks. I don't see any other logical way how Broadsword would work in a 1v1 fight, really. Not suggesting that it's better in a group, yeah, it's just overall a pretty weak weapon right now, from what I've heard. See if I can find anyone else in this mist. I have not opened a lot of mist objectives today. I change around pretty well. Taproot might work too, I guess. Yeah. I cannot even begin to analyze what or how you want to play Broadsword, because I have not played it. I have not played against it. It's not played in mists in any like serious way from what I've seen. So it's I don't know. It's very difficult to imagine. Like Taproot would make more sense if you are trying to. I don't even know where. Like if you're just trying to brawl, I guess Taproot is not terrible. You just have more time to fight your enemy because extra HP. But you don't have like a big heal or something. I don't know. I just watched Stalker 3-on-3 guide how to PvP with 100 curse in every single fight. His opponent literally suicide to cultist cow. That video was 99% positive. Am I missing something? I am not familiar with Stalker 3-1-3's work. I've heard that name. I've seen some of the thumbnails. But I'm not familiar, so I don't know about the specific video, Yazol, yeah. But 100, I've said also today, I've said several times, 100 curse among beginners gets too good of a rep. For whatever reason. Maybe it's just so simple. Maybe it's so attractive for a beginner to think, holy shit, crazy damage. If I do everything correctly, I Q, then E, enemy dies, yeah? I don't know, maybe that's why. I don't know why, but overall I can just say that among people who are relatively new to Albion PvP, 100 curse is way overvalued, and partly because of all kinds of content around it. I'm not shitting on the content, yeah? I love a good entertaining Albion video, I don't care. I'm not expecting people to make educational videos, yeah? I love watching Goldstein, yeah? I know this might be an unpopular thing, because we had some discussions about his playstyle here earlier, other streams. I also don't like swappers in my mist all the time, or rats, but for one, I love watching some Goldstein videos because it's really good entertainment. But because of those types of videos, 100 Curse has become really, really much more popular than how strong it actually is. So, I really don't know. Semrek says he's an open world player. Yeah, okay, that's a good argument as well. Open world fights are always easier if it's... the only thing that makes open world difficult for a solo player is when you have to fight a group. Or if you have to run away from gankers, yeah? But 1v1 or 1v2 fights in open world are always easier than in mists, because mists are full of on average more experienced, or the same level of experience but more try-hard players, yeah? Like it might very well be that in the mists there are 5 people in my mist, let's say, who have only 100 hours of Albion, and there's also 5 people in my open world who have 100 hours of Albion. But when they go to the mists, on average, even with same level experience, people are approaching it like a competitive game, yeah? Like, I think most of you here are also. You're like, if you go to the mists for PvP, your approach is, yeah, okay, maybe I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna try to do my absolute best, I'm gonna figure out the best build, I'm gonna make the best moves I can, I'm gonna try to learn. On the other hand, a lot of people who go into open world go there more to enjoy a casual experience, relax. If they go mist, they're usually tryharding during that time, and then later they want to just relax. So open world is going to be a very different experience, yeah? The difficulty of open world is not from the skill of other players, almost never. It's usually from the fact that you are outnumbered, yeah? And you never know how outnumbered you are, which makes it interesting. But mists, like any 1v1 fight in Mists is going to be much more difficult than open world. And honestly, in Corrupted, like in Slayer level Corrupted Dungeon, you're probably going to have even more difficult fights than in Mists, because you're going to have even more specialists who are tryharding. So, someone who is very successful in open world might very easily come to Mists and just start losing 1v1 fights because suddenly they're playing against good players. But it's also possible that someone who is successful in Mists will then go to Corrupteds and start losing there because it's a completely different game and their people are going to try hard even more. I hope some of that makes sense, yeah? So I don't know about the specific video, Yazel, but I can tell you that 100 curse is way overvalued among people who don't have a lot of experience when it comes to like 1v1 fights. You are Spears main? Yes, Darkside. I love Spears the most. It's the most fun weapons for me. Easier to find easy fights in open world? Yes. Voodoo says, yeah, I do Mist for more fun and open world for more money. Kind of, yeah. That it can also be like that. But I know people who play Mist who play Mists and open world. So I just wanted to. The reason I add that like this tryhard thing is that I don't want to just say that people in Mists are just better players. That's not true. A lot of people just, if you divide your own time playing Albion, when you are more relaxed and casual and just want to rest, you go open world for a couple hours. If you are like, okay, just drank my coffee, I'm gonna be the best possible PvPer in this house has ever seen. If you're in that sort of mood, you're more likely to go spend those hours in the Mist or Corrupteds. That's the point I wanted to add, yeah? That the same person on Mondays playing Mist, tryhard, on Tuesdays relaxing in open world. Hope that makes sense. Flow Gauge says, Mist is a safer environment, so people bring higher tier equipment. Also that, yeah. You're not gonna fight 8-3s in open world, true. Oops. Let's see, am I being attacked by 8.4 here? I'm pretty close to the exit, so I guess they would come from the exit side, but who knows. Okay. Money is coming pretty well today. How do I have 3 million again? Just for the tier 8 kill, really? I mean, by the way, good trash rate again, holy shit. Legit nothing trashed here, right? Is it actually... Let's see, how much of it is my own stuff? And how much of it did I get from carving? Or you can be like me, bad at every PvP aspect. No. A little bit of self-criticism is okay, yeah, but even like to follow through with my logic, Tsemrek, even if I take your word for it, even if you're right that you suck at PvP, yeah, I don't like that agreeing to that sort of statements, but okay, even if you're right, even at your level, I'm sure that like when you go Mists, if you go for PvP, you're gonna be better because you're gonna be much more focused on tryharding as opposed to the time when you decide to go open world. How much? Okay, so I had 1 mil is that I'm carrying with me, and the rest of it was from carving. So I got like 2 mil from the carving kill, yeah? I mean, it's been pretty good right now. How much am I risking? Let's check my... There's been like 18 mil already. And I've put a lot of consumables in other tabs as well, but I've also bought extra consumables. So let's say about 17.5 mil. I'm risking like 5. A bit more, let's say 6. Okay, so I can already buy my items 2.5 times. It's been a very good start, yeah? Yezel says, I'm just so disappointed in Curse Tree. I really like damage over time playstyles, but at Albion is just horrible. True. Because of healers, it's instantly much weaker. But I think some curse staffs still, I mean, they're sometimes used together with a healer, yeah? And Demonic used to be used even in 2v2 Hellgate, so... And, like, curse staffs are not terrible, yeah? Even one-handed curse, you can play in Mist, seriously, you can play Life Curse, Shadow Caller. There are a lot of options, like, there are good options. I'm just saying that it's way overhyped, yeah? Just so we're clear, Yezel. I'm not saying it's, like, hopelessly bad, you should never play it in solo, of course not. You can have a lot of fun. And it's viable, it's absolutely viable, yeah? But it's just not worth the hype that it's getting. What's a good wildfire staff build? Nothing special. If you go for mists, the most common one, you don't have to think crazy much. You just buy cleric robe, some sort of defensive for your helmet. It can be guardian, soldier, even hunterhood. I don't like hunterhood, but at least if you go low IP wildfire staff, it kind of makes sense. So you stack defensive, some sort of defensive for helmet. Oh shit, is that the guy I just fought? I guess round 2 then. I don't think he's on stream, because otherwise he would have changed his W by now. Oh, this guy's dead. And he wasted his purge also there. Why did he do that? Just to kill the Gatherer? And we have a tier 7 Frost here also. I mean, the Frost is just trying to get the last hit here. And he's gonna mess up my... He's too far to purge my boots now. Why did he do that? Explain to me. What was the thinking there? It is the same guy. I was right. Yo, it's the same guy I just 1v1'd. He did that to save the Gatherer? Or he didn't understand that I'm gonna fight him? Like, in my head, I was sure that he's dismounting to take advantage of my cooldowns, yeah? I just fought him, and I was super aggressive and still won. So, like, he feels like I have an advantage. He doesn't really want to fight. Or I don't know. Anyway, he doesn't want to take the same fight again. He wants to take advantage that I have cooldowns to get dismounted and then instantly fight me. Okay, that makes sense. I am strong enough to still fight him, yeah? Even with my spells on cooldown at the beginning, I'm strong enough, I can fight. But then when he gets dismounted, he goes for the Gatherer right away, not realizing that in my eyes he's worth a lot more, yeah? I don't know how much Gatherer has, but at least his worth I know for sure it's gonna be good enough to be worth my time. I mean, the Gatherer must be really enjoying this right now. I hope the Gatherer also clipped that moment in if he's recording. That was an awesome moment for the Gatherer. Absolutely. It's like Deus Ex Machina, you know? Like a savior suddenly. What the hell? The Gatherer messed up though. The Gatherer didn't use his W, yeah? I purged his boots and his invest. The Gatherer is completely dead because he didn't use his Iron Will. Interesting. Paid actor, yeah, Matt. Today's been such a good day. Not paid actors, but I fought so many 1v, 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 2v, all kinds of situations, clusterfucks. And I've survived every single time. It's been a very good start, yeah? No complaining. If I get ratted and die now, there's no complaining. I've also made 3 times my gear already from some of the fights today, yeah. Actually, this was a 1v1. And the Frost Staff, the best 2 kills were still 1v1s. This was also 1v1. I mean, the Battle Axe tried to rat me in the end, but failed anyway. Why are you bullying that guy? Why? He's on my screen. First of all, Voodoo, he has a chance. He needs to swap his spell, but he has a chance. You know, he needs to swap his W. He has a chance. And also, he was not even part of the situation. I was not trying to dismount him. I went for the Gatherer. He bullied himself. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it was the same guy. He tried to rat. He deserves it. I don't know what he tried to do. It was 100% in my brain. It was 100%. He's trying to get dismounted to take advantage of the fact that I have stuff on cooldown. My E and my Impaler will be on cooldown. He's saving the Gatherer, trying to be the nice guy, and also taking the fight against me when he has a bit of an advantage. I don't know. We want to kill that Gatherer, loot, and run. He was just that confidence in running away. But there's no way. I just 1v1'd him and he didn't run away. I just 1v1'd him. He knows that I have Duskweaver and Daybreaker E. And it is very, like, there's no way he's legit thinking he's gonna get away from me, no? And especially, at least he needs to purge my boots if he has any hope of ever getting away, but he used his purge to try to get rid of Gatherer's Invis. Knock on wood right now. Whew. Did it. I did it. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if we find him again. This person is probably coming. If I had to guess, I would say he's coming back from a break. Because he insists on using Splitting Slash, which right now on carving is a bit more situational, and in many situations it's not as strong as the first one. If he was on the first one, I would have to be much more worried, yeah? Even in this situation where he gets dismounted on top of me, the fact that I don't have my spells to start kiting him right away, if he's on Blade Cyclone, his game plan is a bit easier. He's just trying to overcharge and stick on top of me, and just hope that I die before him. If I was him, if he's on Blade Cyclone, he's just sticking on top of me and trying to purge my Inferno, and that's it. Okay. This one is difficult now because I don't have Demon Boots anymore. I mean, it's difficult to catch him. He's on Tether and Demon Boots. Last time I fought Tier 7... Was it? I fought Tier 7 Prowling Overcharged earlier today, just to showcase dodging polymorphs. But then I was able to match his Demon Boots with my Demon Boots. Sumi asked, is Firewalker good for PvP? Yes. Flamewalker, you mean? Yeah, it is. Firewaker, you said. If you mean Flamewalker, yes. Oh, shit. This is the matchup I don't like. If you ask, like, is there something that is annoying or bad for Daybreaker? It's Arclight Blasters and Light Crossbow. Is probably my least favorite ones of all the options right now. So I am not happy to take this fight. But if he really wants to, of course I will still. But this is for me like a very high risk, low reward proposition, yeah? I would say that despite him being tier 7, especially with full specs, I would say this is at least a 50-50 fight. Maybe I have even a bit of a disadvantage, at least from my experience so far. And of course, I am risking 5 times more, yeah? So, I actually don't even want to take this fight, to be honest. This is, by the way, one extra downside of having full specs also, you know? I also say that when I play Spear, I get fewer fights than on Daybreaker, even though Daybreaker, my specs are still 115. But when one-handed Spear, my specs are 120, yeah? And I get, on average, fewer fights, because people look at specs, just like I was just looking, and they see, okay, this guy has played this weapon before, yeah? But he was also not dismounting to fight me, which is interesting. So he respected the IP difference more, thinking that he doesn't have the advantage. Maybe he's right, who knows? Seppi asks, can I swap boots for something other? I don't know what you mean, Mr. Seppi. You have to explain. What are you trying to ask me? Are you asking that you want to play Daybreaker and your question is, do you need to run these boots? No, of course not. You can use other boots. Absolutely. If you want to specify what you're asking, do that. Hands up, sir. Hand the chicken over. Voodoo is always coming to chat. Just, you have some sort of fetish to make sure that everybody knows exactly what you're eating, yeah? Have you thought about it? It's like you just want that to be your thing. Like whenever you are eating something, you just want to make sure everybody knows exactly what you're eating. Otherwise, you can't enjoy the food, yeah? Or maybe I missed the start of that conversation, but I'm pretty sure I'm spot on with how this chicken talk started. Azeron, thanks for following. Appreciate you. Oh shit, it's Hot Up who is actually sitting with a chicken salad and air-fried potatoes. I need to get an air fryer. It's not a big thing, I think, in where I'm from at least. None of my friends have air fryers from what I know. Not that it's like a common topic of conversation, but I've never noticed it being like a big popular thing. But I feel like it does actually improve the quality of your life quite a bit. I wish to cause chaos and give people munchies. Well, I ate a sandwich before stream, and so I'm feeling good. But yeah, others might be susceptible to your food baiting here. Air fryer is a nice thing. I feel like it's a good mix of very, very convenient and also a little bit healthier option than frying everything. I don't fry things in oil like American or Spanish style, you know, when you like deep fry stuff. But I do still use a lot of oil when I cook things. And I feel like air fryer would... I don't mind it, but I still feel like air fryer would make it easier to not get a ton of extra calories from oil. The air fryer is always my go-to be honest. Now I think if I I'll have to think about it at some point. I think if I get it, I'm gonna get addicted to it, yeah? It's like a joke, yeah? I had the same with Blender at some point, yeah? Like, I bought the blender and then I started blending everything. Not everything, but, you know, it became a bit like, almost like a meme. Like, you know, since I can, I will blend stuff just because I can. I think I will do the same with air fryer if I ever get it. I'm just gonna start air frying everything for a while. None of my friends does it as well, but air fryer is just so amazing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it's more of an American thing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like because also, like, I know some people who live in France, like, you know, my mom's friends. My mother lives in France. I don't think anyone there. I've never seen people cook with an air fryer. So I maybe just random examples, but I feel like it's more of an American thing. But it seems like a very, very, very good thing to add to your kitchen. Will it blend? Yeah, when I bought the blender, originally it was to make that was during my year of living like very pretty healthily. Yeah, I was going to the gym all the time and waking up and stuff like that. So originally it was mostly for like protein stuff, yeah, to just make all kinds of food with protein powder, to not worry about getting enough calories and stuff like that. But then once I realized how awesome it is, I started legit, like, not exactly will it blend, but I did blend a lot of stuff just to see whether that makes for actually good food or not. It was addictive. Did you blend the rice? Not rice, no. That's a bit disgusting. I don't even like risotto, no. I like rice when it's like fluffy, you know? I think that's the right word, yeah? Like when it's really, the grains are really separated. That kind of rice is really nice. When it's like rice, porridge, or risotto, I don't know. The texture is off. The only thing I don't do in a fryer, chicken for salad and egg scramble. Everything else goes to fryer, baby. You don't do chicken in the fryer. I thought chicken would be like number one thing to put there, no? Hot tub taco. Is it not? I thought it's one of the main things that you would start air frying. Another Demon Boots player, so you have to be a bit careful. Why am I running around on a horse? I guess I'm safer, yeah. I'm not 8.3, so it's not like I can kill absolutely everyone without ever looking, but... Is he trying to get dismounted? This is not a swap set. There's no way this guy is swapping. There's nothing about it screams even a little bit swappable. I mean, I guess Demon Boots. Or he just wants to test it. It's tier 6, so... How dare you say I'm vaguely Americanish? No, that's not what I mean, but yeah. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like I've seen a lot, like, I feel like air frying is a pretty common thing in, like, TV shows, videos, whatever, entertainment, which is more American style. And in my own experience, I don't really see it. That's chicken for salad. It's supposed to be poached or boiled. When the chicken goes to fryer, it's so tender. Oh, okay. I guess I'm not that much of an expert when it comes to salads. Because for me, good chicken is pretty much good chicken for everything. I guess it depends what part of the chicken, yeah. I do differentiate between thighs and breast meat, but I don't know what kind of chicken is best for salad, what kind is not. Can we find someone else? Can we find someone else in this mist? That is the question. I need to eat omelette because my food is running out. Oh, he had chest ready. He was just hovering around because he had the chest ready. What did you make me do? I'm just sleep deprived and making too many typos. I feel like you're having a conversation where neither of you understands what you're talking about. Oh, I hear a mist over here. I've become pretty impatient. Today I've been changing mists so often that I've only opened like 2 mist chests or something. Because I usually, like here, if I don't see someone I just change mists, but then probably the chest and the Turbulent will spawn later, but I don't see them. And I actually should probably need to get some Turbulence. How far I am? I keep checking this. Still a long way from my goal of 1.1 million. So I need to deliver some Turbulence to get some favor. $900k favor? Yeah. A little bit over, yeah. I want to get 1.1 million. And then, because one of these, not this chest, but you know, the tier 7 chest you can get, costs 5,500. So if I get 1.1 million favor, I can buy 200 chests, and we can do like a big opening together to evaluate how strong it is. Is that 8.4? No, it's tier 7. Nah. I had to dismount a bit too far. Okay. I guess I'll boots, but I didn't see where they went, and I dismounted way too far. But there was a wall between us. Where did you go? Oh shit, someone's fighting there. I'm still an omelet, so I don't want to give my items away because they're both tier 7. Yeah, it's not really that much worth. Unfortunately. If I wasn't a snapper, this would be much easier to achieve. Oh shit. I mean, now he has to mount up fast. He's overcharged, so I think I have to let him go. I don't want to E and just risk getting murdered, but I do want to catch him, so maybe with boots, we'll see. He won't have an E for a while now, but he will have boots very soon. This is a good way to give away your items, yeah? To chase like crazy. I guess he's leaving. Let's see if he wants the chance to kill me. Okay, let's not risk it. I still have Inferno, so I should be okay, but I want him to come into me if he wants to get these items. He's on Inferno, so at least I don't have to worry about him murking the mob. But I don't want to risk my good items, you know, for a tier 7. So we can let it get full HP and then fight him. I don't need to change helmet, I just need to, well, not run after him for too long, essentially. Interesting that they fought each other, yeah? I was 100% sure they're just gonna focus me, but I guess he decided they can't catch me anyway. Let's see where the other guy is. Do you do group content? Well, I'm gonna do some group spooky content today. In an hour or so. I'm gonna play a co-op, like, horror-ish game. But for that, you have to come to Twitch, yeah? I will stop the the YouTube broadcast before that. Just so you know, because I'd like the YouTube one to remain on Albion right now. But anyway. But otherwise, group content, I mean, in theory, yes, but in practice, I have not played group, yeah. Other than playing some duo with Hamster, I have not played group content on stream. But in theory, yes, I used to play, yeah. I used to play with some friends, for sure, like open world, and... let's see if he still wants to fight. Not the most attractive proposition for me, but... Do I need to change my my spells or not? Is it too crazy if I change or not? I mean, I can do like this, but he's just gonna run away. We'll see, though. I just don't E other than his mercenary, but still. If I have to run to him, the cultist Cal is gonna be my undoing, yeah? Maybe I do like this, actually. You know what? Let's try this. Because of his W. Maybe he decides it's not worth it if I changed helmets. Who will you play with? Grinder and Paul and some other guys as well. Okay, this is a waste of time. It's a decent fight, but you know, I am giving him a chance to win 6 million for the sake of getting 1 million from him. It's not worth my time to run after him, you know, for too long. Unfortunately, can't really win that. Sorry, is that what he says? Yeah, it's okay. If that's the somebody wrote to me, can't really win that. Sorry, if that's from Death Gears, it's not a problem. I mean, it's a chance, you know. If I mess up, he can get a very nice payday, but I obviously have a big advantage in that fight. Yeah, it's just a question of whether he wants to, you know, whether he wants to put, because if I'm risking 6 million, if he's risking 1. So if you forget about the trash rate, which you shouldn't do, but if you forgot about the trash rate, he needs to win 1 out of 7, and he definitely has a better chance to win than 1 out of 7. But then you calculate the trash rate, and you know, it's also. But I'm not gonna chase a tier 7 to try to force them into fighting. Grinder, yes. One of the guys who's gonna play spooky stuff. Who I'm gonna play spooky stuff with later today is Grinder, yes. That's the whole experience of being in a call with me while playing a scary game. By the way, the game that I'm gonna play today is Grinder told me that like just use Discord to set it up at the beginning, but he said that in that game, like part of the game or part of the point is that we are not on Discord talking the whole time, but instead that game uses proximity VoIP, yeah? Which is, I think, part of the scary experience. But essentially that means that to talk to other players that you're playing with, you need to be close to them in the game, and if you go off alone, you're not going to be able to, you know, constantly have Discord conversation, which is interesting. Voodoo says I have heard the name Grinder, but haven't been in the Albion community for long enough to know him. Yeah, he stopped playing like 3 or 4 months ago. Pretty much when I started streaming, he quit Albion because he was like the same frustrations like a lot of people have is what he had also with Mists and with Albion, that people don't take enough risks, that always you get ratted, you know, like the very typical things, nothing too special. But I mean, it's kind of normal, you know, if you play a lot, and he definitely played for a while. Pretty intensely. If you play a lot, the problems become more evident to you. But a lot of people here, I think, who have watched my videos and my content, have a very like soft spot and a lot of love for Grinder, very justifiably so. He's definitely, like, if you imagine what Spear mentality, like as jokingly we talk about, but if you imagine Spear mentality of just running into fights and taking risks and just doing your best and committing and not worrying about silver, not worrying about risk, that like Grinder really embodied that sort of mentality also. So if you ever want to watch, like, he doesn't play Albion anymore, but if you ever want to watch like old videos of him playing carving or whatever, it's absolutely a good place for inspiration. And yeah, Zod says Grinder my goat. Yeah, no. But you know that people don't actually quit Albion, they just take breaks. Yeah, just like with any MMORPG. Thanks for following, by the way, Boros of Albion. I thought Grinder started uploading again. What? No. I mean, he might be uploading like old clips, I think he has an editor, so maybe his editor like found like some old clips he hadn't put anywhere, but he hasn't played Albion for months, yeah. Grinder pinned one of my first real videos in his stream. He's a chat. Oh, that's lovely. You mean in chat? Yeah, like in Twitch chat on the right side, where you can pin a chat message. Is that how he pinned it, or is there some other way? I'm asking because that's something that I could easily do, but I've never even thought about. No, I mean in Albion. Sumiya, I used to, yeah, but ever since I started streaming, no, I have not played group content, yeah. But I used to with some friends, of course. I've tried, yeah. When I was starting Albion, I joined the guild. I played some PvE, like did Avar raids with a big group. I roamed Roads of Avalon a little bit. Some open world duo mist with a friend. I definitely played group stuff here and there, but not a lot, and definitely not on stream. Bushman said I had a 1-year break from Albion after the server split and recently came back and it's like crack cocaine again. I thought I was done for good. I enjoy the feeling, yeah? I mean, it depends on what the rest of your life is looking like. It's very easy. If you have a lot of obligations, like you are focused on your career or you have kids or, you know, maybe a relationship or stuff where you feel right now requires your attention, it's a bit difficult to enjoy, like getting addicted, yeah? Because you have this feeling of, like, I should be doing other things. Very relatable, I understand that. But if you don't have a lot of obligations, then I feel like this crack cocaine feeling is, you can just just enjoy it, yeah? You're gonna get through this pretty quickly. Just noticed Hamster is streaming. Really? Are you sure? I've never seen that. I've never seen Hamster streaming, yeah. I don't think he has done that before. On Twitch, I'm assuming, yeah? That's interesting. Hamster Gangster #1. I mean, he started making videos also kind of recently, so I guess it's part of that. That's awesome. Nice, so we have extra one person to raid some other time. That's a big thing. Because, you know, oftentimes when I finish the stream, I want to raid someone. And I don't want to keep raiding the same 3 or 5 people over and over again, so we have +1 competent player to raid. We should raid him. Yeah, we will at some point, absolutely. I mean, today I will see where we finish with the scary game. So, because it's gonna be like 1 more hour of Albion, and then spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down my spine. But after that, we'll see where we finish. What is this? There was an Abbey entrance here. I heard the sound, but it disappeared. Wait, no, it's not Abbey entrance. Somebody just came into the mist through here. Okay. Let's go find them. Mr. Crow123, thank you for subbing with Prime. And Spears in chat. Thank you, Voodoo. I shall move myself to his chat. Say hello. Greet him warmly from my part as well. And thank you for your spears. And thanks for subbing, Crow. I appreciate you. You also have your own spears now that you can flex with. In chat if you want. I wonder what Hamster is playing though. He's probably playing Arclight, yeah, but Corrupted or Mist, that's the question. I'm pretty sure that the guy I saw earlier with Arclight full spec was not Hamster. Because if it was Hamster, I think he would have forced the fight, yeah? He would have definitely wanted to make sure we fight. But it was someone else who had like completely full spec and everything, who's playing Arclight, which is interesting. Crow says, I don't even play Albion anymore, but you're very educational, great content. Thank you. That is very wholesome, warm sentiment. I appreciate you. And I understand you also in some... Like, it's relatable. There are some creators from some games that I don't play for a long time already, that I occasionally go and enjoy. First of all, to keep tabs on what's happening with the game. Even though I don't really want to go back. I don't know, maybe your relationship with Albion is different, because Albion is more of a game where it's normal to take breaks and then come back. But so in some games I know I'm probably not going back. Some games I'm thinking maybe one day. But I still like to check up on what's happening, and plus, of course, the... You know, if you vibe with the energy of some stream, then actively playing the game is not a prerequisite. I feel that also very clearly. Ooh, okay. This is not a swapper. This is a proper gatherer by the looks of it. Although he has 4 invis potions, but no. He's not even on right boots. Yeah, some of the games... One game I keep tabs on is Hunt Showdown. I don't know why. I don't think I'm ever going back, but I played it for a long time, so I sometimes still peek into what's happening. I guess Dota a little bit, but not much. Holy shit. Is it my time to rat again? I mean, they're not actually gonna fight, right? I don't want to mess it up for the dagger, though. I need to be careful. I mean, I obviously need to be careful also not to die to him, but I need to focus on the double-bladed. I'm trying to know... I'm not using boots, I'm trying to stay off screen, hoping that the double-bladed turns on him. Because if the double-bladed turns, then he will hopefully jump into the dagger, and then I can catch him. I'm 100% going for the double-bladed, right? It was an 8-3. Okay, let's go see if we can find them. So it looks like the double-bladed did his combo, and then the daggers... Then the double-bladed had everything on cooldown, I'm guessing. The dagger clicked E and the double-bladed ran away. But I wonder if he saw me. If the double-bladed saw me, he might have also run away because of that. Like, he should have... I was on his screen for a little while because I was able to click him. It means he must have been able to click me. There's also a chance that they will full turn on me together, yeah? No! My bad. Okay, at least I dismounted the curse. It's something. He juked me out nicely, though. Well, this is why we have curse rats in the game. So that at least he can catch the double-bladed and keep him in combat, yeah? I should probably not risk all this money, but at the same time, I'm not super afraid of the dagger also. He's gonna just probably kill the dagger. Yo! It worked! It worked! Just as planned. Although the double-bladed did a good job dodging my E there, and at least keeping me guessing. I also tried... Oh, no, Awaken. I tried to push my E to the very last second, because I'm expecting him to jump so I can go for the right direction. Ah, man. Yeah, this is... Rat Vic again. Man, zero shame. Zero shame. I've been ratted so many times recently. It's my job. And of course it's double-bladed also, yeah? So this is not even a minus karma rat. This is like, he says how much. I'm not gonna give you the satisfaction of knowing. Haha, you're gonna have to guess. Mr. Curstaff Ratter. Yes, Tosha. First of all, it's double-bladed. Secondly, I have built up so much karma credits from so many 1v1 fights I've taken, that I ended up being messed up by a rat. And by the way, trash rate. Look at this trash rate. What is missing? Nothing. Literally everything survived. That is how we rat. By the way, today's profit tab, I should have done the profit count. 36 million, and it feels like I haven't done anything. Although I have fought a lot of 1v1s, like good 1v1s, some 1v2s and stuff. I do feel like this is the first actual like rat situation, but still it feels like, well, just a little bit of here, a little bit of there, yeah? Somehow the profit is racking up pretty quickly today. 36 mil profit means I can lose my items 6 times. I can go right now and die 6 times in a row and I will be break even more or less, yeah? Okay, let's say 5 times to account for the trash and not trash, but for the repair costs. Why sandals? You have mana problems? Yes, Tony's. I have succumbed to accepting that I do run into energy problems pretty often recently. Although a lot of fights I finish just as my energy is running out, but it's too close for comfort. And this is specifically true for two reasons. Number one, usually on awakened weapon I wouldn't worry about it, but since I got plus 75 item power, because normally my weapon would be lower IP compared to my helmet, so less energy costs. But I did get a good item power attunement here. And secondly, specifically on Duskweaver, yeah? If I wasn't using Duskweaver, I wouldn't run into problem. But Duskweaver spell takes a lot of energy if you want to actually constantly use it in a fight. It's very energy hungry comparing to most helmets. Most helmets don't even use energy at all, yeah? Or use less. Let's see, how much does this use? 0, yeah? Most helmets are 0 cost. Too Late Now says, hello man, what's up? And you say, I'm new to Albion Online. Welcome. Do you think dual swords are okay for PvP solo? Dual swords are one of the best weapons for lower IP solo gaming, yeah? So for a beginner, they are very good because they are relatively simple. You can be already quite successful without being forced to learn all of the game. Now, if that sounds like a good thing to you, play dual swords. If that sounds like a bad thing, play something more complicated, yeah? Because dual swords will be easier than a lot of other weapons for a beginner. So you have to decide, do you want a more difficult learning curve, or do you want to ooh, that was cool. Do you want a more difficult learning curve, or do you want to ease into it kind of slowly? Interesting, there's an 8.4 prowling just invis there. Very interesting. But even after you get experience, if you look at low IP options, yeah, so very cheap builds where you don't spend a lot and your strategy is to die often, but when you do get kills, you can get kills against much more expensive sets. If that's going to be your strategy, dual swords will remain one of the best weapons for that strategy, yeah? However, when you go really high IP and you start playing like more competitive PvP with equal tier fights in Mists or Open World, then there will be better options later, but don't worry about that now. Why sand? Okay, yeah, we talked about that. And thanks for following. Too Late Now X. I dodged an 8.4 bullet there. I'm kind of jokingly saying I could die 5 times over right now, but I ran away from 8.4 Death Givers that caught me with my pants down in a camp. I just avoided dying straight up to an 8.4 Prowling. For this, Prowling is also still kind of okay, yeah? Like if you want to go 8.3, 8.4 and try to get kind of free kills, because the whole question of are you on Tether to match mobility, or are you on another spell to be able to actually 1v1 equal tier fights? That whole question falls away if you're playing 8.4 and you don't take those equal fights, yeah? So here on Tether, he can bully and run down a lot of people, including me, yeah? I have a very hard time running away from him when he's on Tether. But if he ran into another 8.3 or 8.4 fighting him, he would be in a bit of a pickle, because against most meta weapons, on Tether, he would be kind of safe, but he would not be able to win. And I kind of know this because I saw the fight that Dante had with Fire, yeah? Fire, the French guy. Also streams, who plays 8.4 sometimes. So I saw the fight that they were having, and it was exactly like that. Like, because of Tether, Dante couldn't kill the Prowling on his spear, but because of Tether, the Prowling also couldn't kill Dante, yeah? So it was like a low risk for both, kind of. Well, not especially for Prowling, not really for Dante. It was mostly low risk for the Prowling, because of Tether, he was not super worried about dying if he messes up, but because of Tether also, like, he was essentially messing up, or he was not winning the brawl either, if that makes sense. Okay, and you don't see the timer. There's actually 1 more minute before I can go back into the mists. So let's take a quick break. I'm gonna go to the toilet, get some water, and I'll be back in less than 1.5 minutes. See ya in a moment. It's a me. It was pretty quick, right? I'm so happy that the heat wave is over, by the way. It's so nice to... Like, I just realized, especially because my computer room still gets a bit warm, yeah, because of computer and, you know, me being here for a long time. I just opened the door a bit wider. But when I walk around the apartment, it's so nice. My windows are open and it's kind of chilly, and I like chilly. I am a Nordic man, I thrive in cold weather, and I start breaking down very quickly when it's too warm. So I'm so happy that the weather is back. Voodoo says I'm back. I'm also back, Voodoo. Tell me, what did you see? Did you discover something? Do I change my helmet for this and just try to send it or not? Let's go try it. This might be the end of this build, we'll see. Do you play Corrupted Dungeons? I don't think it's correct to say that I play them, but I have played them here and there, yeah. During last months, I've been streaming for 3.5 months now. During this time, I've played like 3 or 4 days of Corrupted, yeah. I definitely feel I feel a bit like a noob in Corrupted sometimes. Obviously, the basics of Albion and spells, I understand. It's applicable to all content. But there were so many things about Corrupted I had to learn about how people use bats, break crystals, stuff like that, using boots. So I don't feel like I'm very good at Corrupted. But I did hold my own in some fights. I got like 2 kills out of like maybe 15, if you count just the top players, yeah? I did get some like decent kills. But majority of the time, I was just feeding the top Corrupted players. Okay, so he decided not to fight me, I guess. Okay. He's an omelette, so... I probably shouldn't have changed my helmet if he's an omelette. Why he says no? He says no, but he's gonna fight, right? Oh, you fucked up now, but he will have boots, so he can just run away. Bad helmet now. If I knew he's an omelette, I should have not swapped helmet. That was my mistake. Fuck. And he actually fought there, so he was putting himself at risk. If I knew he's an omelette, my helmet swap is a very big mistake. I'm gonna swap back. I might get out-brawled and punished for this, but if he's an omelette, I am brawling him anyway. I don't need to worry about other stuff, really. Unfortunately, because of his boots, he's gonna be free to run away if he really wants to. He's still running, okay, then I guess I'm running after him. He's higher tier also, by the way. Okay, I have better attunements, but... Let's see if he comes with his boots now. Or if he's still just running away. Oh, I think he's dead though. We'll see though. No undead cape? No. Okay. I don't understand why he's an omelette here. I really don't. I need to keep my E for his boots. Okay. 7.5 mil? Just like that? He said no. You know, his body said yes. His mind was telling him no. But your body, I mean his body, was telling him yes. Okay, if it doesn't... Another one of those situations. It's a little bit of a learning point. I have much better attunement, yeah, that's one thing. That's why I don't even need to think about overcharging. He did consent. Yeah, he did consent in the end. But one thing to understand about this, I often say that if you are kind of new, you might think that IP matters more. And, you know, when someone says like, oh, I need higher IP, then I would win. And I say that be careful with that, because there are things happening in fights that you might not even understand are the reason why you lose. This matchup is not easy for me. Even after the nerf, even though I have better attunement, he has higher tier on everything. This matchup is not easy. The reason this matchup seems so obviously favored for me, and I don't know, if he's beginner, he might not realize. He might think that it's a bad matchup. The main reason is, I said it also, the main reason is that he's an omelet. That's why I swap helmet back, because when I see he's an omelet, I have zero worries, yeah? I am just gonna run into him forever, and I know that all the time I am spending next to him, I am slowly moving towards the victory, yeah? This, just to say that this is like an example of... like a beginner might look at this and think, okay, he needs higher IP, he needs better attunement, he needs like whatever, it's bad matchup. But it's actually just one big tactical problem about this fight, which is that he decides to be an omelet for whatever reason. If he was on Snapper, I am not winning with this helmet just by standing next to him and tanking his spells and returning my spells, yeah? I mean, there are other like small things like using my Inferno very early, because if I use it later, he's gonna purge it together with my stacks, yeah? So there's small things that kind of help me a little bit. I should also swap my... by the way, this is a case I should swap to Dynamic, like to the Tenacity Jacket. If I'm more tryhard about it, if I don't realize he's an omelet, I can maybe even swap to Cultist, but at the very least I should swap to Tenacity Jacket. But holy shit, 7.5 mil, just like that. What is it today? It's a day of profit again. Crazy day of profit. He did not consent to fight. I mean, he did. He said no, but you know, Voodoo, you saw it. He actually fought me and attacked me and used even his boots to get close to me after he hit 1 Q, so... Hamster is having some fights in test server. Apparently it's getting more views than Corrupted's. Okay, that's funny. I don't know why. Corrupted's should be fun, but I've heard from other creators also that Corrupted's, unless they are like the top best players, and you're watching them to learn specifically... I mean, Hamster is top player, so I don't know why it wouldn't work for him too. But I feel like for Corrupted should actually get a lot more viewers, yeah, because there's constant action. But I don't know, for some reason. You said Killboard is not working. I want to actually check also for a moment. Give me. You say it's not working under stream or what? Let me see. All the previous kills from today are on Killboard, yeah? I don't know. This last one just hasn't updated yet, yeah? It takes 5 minutes for the information to get. This one was on Killboard. Nice. Very enjoyable. So yeah, I'm not sure. I've also heard from other creators that it used to be like that Corrupteds are like less. It's not less fun to watch than, for example, Mists. Even though Corrupteds are more constant action and Mists are just higher stakes, but less often, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Moneymaker Daybreaker. This is the same Daybreaker that has already made over 100 mil. Yeah, last time it made 95 mil. Right now I'm at about 35. Also, let's look at this. 38 million fame. Okay, that's a bit less impressive than I expected. But still, this Daybreaker, for me, that's crazy. Knowing how little items usually survive in my hands, because my playstyle is not very careful. I'm trying to be more careful, but still. For me, this is a lot. With one weapon, 38 million fame. And already today, how many close calls today where I was sure that I'm about to die? Well, wait, okay, 2 of them, to be honest, but still. Not sure, but the two close calls today. I'm maybe overhyping that a little bit. Hello, Utkarsh. That's a big chunk of my total PvP kill fame, lol. But even for me, like, what is my PvP fame? 469 on EU. So, okay, well, it's still, like, some considerable. Can we purge curse stacks with Helmet of Valor? No, Woodcush, you cannot. Albion makes a pretty big difference between all kinds of buffs, debuffs, and damage over time effects. So, regular purge does not remove damage over time. Cleanse does not remove damage over time. This cleanse here, for example, yeah? Like on every leather helmet has a cleanse spell. Also does not remove damage over time. So you cannot, and curse stacks are damage over time. Bleed stacks are damage over time. Those you cannot remove with a cleanse or with a purge. You remove all kinds of other debuffs, and with cleanse obviously also like silences and stuns and stuff. However, there is a Guardian Helmet, which specifically removes damage over time effects, but nothing else. So Guardian Helmet removes bleed stacks and curse stacks, but does not remove any other debuffs or stuff. Thanks for following. Bzz, 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 Daddy. That was the name of the guy. Yeah, it sounds like I'm doing some weird robot sex thing, but that was not it. That is the nickname of the person who followed. I appreciate it. I had a regular tier 8 Daybreaker that survived for 2 weeks. That was way before streaming, and obviously I played before streaming. Okay, I wouldn't say I was less crazy, but I feel like I was a bit more careful about my life. At least I didn't have the constant feeling of, oh, let's attack somebody just to see what happens for content, yeah? He wants to fight me or what? Okay. This is a swap? No, it's not a swap. Are you okay? You are tier 6, brother. What? I need to spend my time to do this. To get your 500k or what? 370k. So, I was a bit less crazy, but still, before streaming, there was a tier 8 Daybreaker set that survived for 2 weeks. Legit, I was just playing and I wasn't swapping. I don't know how it's possible. I did not even use Undead Cape. I was using Avalonian Cape, I remember it. I wasn't playing like 8 hours a day, yeah. I wasn't like super, like, in terms of hours, it wasn't crazy amount. But it was still a couple hours every day probably, yeah, on average. And it survived for 2 weeks straight. It's, I don't know how it's possible. With Avalonian Cape, that was way before Smuggler's Cape. Normally, as you can see also, if you watch stream, yeah, normally I die a lot. My playstyle is to die a lot and hope that I also kill a lot, yeah, to make money. Or get a bunch of chests and stuff. But that was like a set. And I was tier 8, and I was running around attacking a lot of people. In the end, I attacked tier 7, I think, in a camp. Anyway, I attacked someone in a camp, and then an 8.4 Daybreaker was just happened to be there also. And I could not get away, so I died. But the fact that that didn't happen for 2 weeks straight was just crazy to me. Without any awakening, so... Normally, like that I'm saying, this is a very, very high number. I don't think I'm gonna get a lot of these types of numbers on one weapon. This is not a good strategy. To make money, to have fun, to spec up your account. Like what this cursor is doing, I'm just pointing out, yeah, because I've talked about this before. Finding a higher IP player and just following them for hours and hours, it's not a good strategy. I know it seems like, holy shit, you know, maybe that guy gets into a fight and he's gonna forget about me and I'm gonna get money for free. I know it seems like that, yeah? But this is... Sure, he's like, if he just wants to annoy me a little bit, that works, yeah? Like, if his goal is not to make silver or to progress his own account or skills, but his goal is to annoy higher IP players because he's unhappy that people come with awakened weapons, sure, I understand that, yeah? It's the same as if I find a double-bladed and I want to annoy him, or if I find a swapper and I want to annoy them, I understand. But for any kind of reasonable goal in Albion, this is a bad strategy. Like, he could be killing mobs and he would not, like, he would have more specs in his items soon, yeah? Best way to fame farm? Ryu, I don't know. I'm not a guy that fame farms. My approach is to just PvP, go into PvP content and just kill mobs while I wait for PvP. That's it. I don't do efficient fame farming. I'm not the right guy. I am here for fighting other players. That's my interest. If you are new, I suggest going into black zones and killing mobs, or now that they have added depths, the new orange dungeon where you cannot lose your items that you're wearing, that is very good for getting good fame as well. But don't take this as some sort of calculated end result where I know exactly. Someone said dessert. Yeah, Voodoo said that he's eating chocolate chip ice cream. Oh shit. I need to get there. And if he dismounts, then fuck him. There's no way this is a swapper, right? It doesn't make sense for this to be a swap set. I mean, if he wanted to annoy me, he got like a tiny bit of success, but can you imagine like playing Albion like that? If it's not just me maybe he personally just doesn't like Daybreakers, but if most of his day is spent chasing around people, just hoping that maybe one of the people he's running after is gonna get into a fight. That's such a dull way to play, and at the end of the day, you have no extra money, no extra experience, and you don't get better at PvP either. You think Albion community can come together, and if a rat gets involved, everyone turns on the rat and kills it as a... That has happened to me many times, Bobby, yeah? In both situations. It has happened to me when I'm a rat, and I have no qualms with that, yeah? When a fight is happening, I try to rat it, and both just turn on me. Absolutely no... No, I understand that, yeah? I have done that many times as well. I've done that many times when I am having a good fight. Now, of course, it depends on how the fight is going, yeah? If it's very close to the end, you are gonna try to finish the fight or both run away. But I've had several times that I try to set up for a good fight and then we just turn on the rat, kill him, and then go fight. There was a Death Givers player, like a couple months before I started streaming. There was a situation, I was tier 7 Spear, he was tier 7 Death Givers. We decided to fight, yeah? Like, decided. Like, it was clear that we both dismounted to fight 1v1. Some dude came, and we were both like 80 or 90% HP, almost full. We both, without saying anything, turned on the rat. Killed the rat. Like a tier 6 or whatever, I don't know, maybe also tier 7. Okay, it was clear. Next, we started fighting again. He asked if I'm ready, or I asked him, I don't know. We were ready, we started fighting. Another person showed up. I think one of us wrote then, kill rat. The other one was like, yeah, obviously. And we killed 3 people like that. Like, I bonded with him way more than normally in a fight you would, yeah? We killed 3 people like that. Like, we became friends just because we both wanted to have the fight, but we couldn't. Every time we started fighting, someone was on our screen. And in the end, it was super close fight. I think he should have won this, but what happened in the end was that I was on deflect against him, because he was using, I think, either chain slash and dash, doesn't matter. Anyway, I was on deflect. He should have. He was pretty low HP. I was almost dead, or like we were both very low HP. I don't remember exactly, but I remember that I already lost in my mind. Like I was already thinking, nice, like I lose to a good guy, yeah, because we became kind of friends killing rats. But he E'd into my deflect and killed himself. So I got the kill and everything in the end. But if he had just waited out my deflect and then eat, he would have killed me. But anyway, that was just awesome situation that I remember. It definitely has happened to me many times that I turn on the rat together with whomever I'm fighting. I have a mug and it has wise sentence on it, which is, nothing goes better with coffee than more coffee. Man, I like coffee. I do agree with that message. Coffee is just instant happiness. Unless you drink it all the time. So rats bring community together. Some cases, yeah. Unfortunately, there's also cases like Tinto who are using that to get free money. Yeah, that's the guy that we're having a fight. He writes to me, yo, let's kill rat first. I start killing the rat to continue the good fight, and then he just kills me for free. So he was like tricking me to attack the rat so that I don't have my HP for him. So there's also guys like that who abuse this, but I mean, that's inevitable in life. In many ways, rats do bring the community together against them. Best PvP build. Bro, Rio, just play the game. I can tell from your question that You have not even installed Albion yet, probably, if you're asking like that. Or you're just, starting out. Play the game for a little while, and then you will realize why your question is silly. And when you come back with a more specific question, you will get a very valuable answer, yeah? But that is way too general to get any sort of good answer. Let's see, Tuga says, man, I've been to Nightfall Abbey about 5 times in the last 3 days, and I got no chest. Is it just bad luck, or am I doing something wrong? Well, first of all, from my perspective, it's very good luck. I hate getting chests. If you go there for any sort of PvP interest, such as me, the chests are the biggest enemy for the moment. Because right now, if you get a chest, you don't get a buff stack. And you really want to have a lot of buff stacks to PvP. Just so we're clear, yeah? That one man's bad luck is another one's treasure, yeah? I wish I never got chests. But on the other hand, to actually answer your question, yeah, it is just random luck, yeah? There's nothing you're doing wrong. There's just some sort of chance that the chest spawns. And that's it. Getting chests from Shrine is worst. Yeah, but it's gonna be changed. Next patch, they are finally... I think it's a bit as an answer, because I was pestering, like I was asking several times for an answer from the developers. I hope I had a bit of an impact, maybe not, maybe I'm overthinking it. But anyway, starting next patch, the same things they did in Depths is going to be in Abbeys also. So that whenever you get a chest, you will get the chest and one extra stack for whatever buff you already have. So chest will not feel bad anymore. Good lord, thank you. Yeah, it's such a nice change. I am so happy. When they announced it for Depths, I was so happy to hear that developers realize it's a problem. But at the same time felt like the neglected child, yeah? I've said this several times. I felt like it's the guy, like in the meme, the child who's at the bottom of the ocean. I felt like, like developers are saving Depths, putting them above water, their little, like the favorite child, and then all the Mist players are already dead for 200 years at the bottom of the ocean, because it seems so obvious that they should do it for both types of content. But now it seems like they did indeed just forget, and they are adding it to a Nightfall Abbey as well. Okay, thanks. Yep. There's no secret to chests. But the reason I also answer that if you have any PvP interest, you should not want chests, is just to make sure, Tuga, that you know also that having more stacks makes you significantly stronger, yeah? Like these 12 stacks, if I run into someone with 6 stacks, I have a big advantage because of this, yeah? Just so we're clear. Maximum is 15, and I would say around 6 stacks difference is the same difference almost, like 1 tier in your equipment. So it's a big deal. Hey Vic, how are we doing today? I started bows today after your streams and it feels really good. Regular bow, yeah? I'm glad that it feels good. I mean, it is a good time to play it, yeah? It might be annoying for some people to play against, but it is a good time to play bows, yeah? And I'm doing really good. I have crazy profit. I have like 36 mil in the bank from all kinds of good 1v1 fights, a couple of ratting situations when I was a rat, a lot of situations when I was 1v2ing or fighting someone and someone tried to rat me, but I still survived. Like today, things are going my way mostly. I am so ready to die again. I mean, not again, but just to die, because I've already earned so much today. Even the situations, like 2 times in 8.4, I survived, yeah? 2 times 8.4 was close to me and I survived, so... Even those kind of situations have been going well. Do not jinx yourself. It's not jinxing, it's preparing myself mentally, you know? It's like, taking the pressure off a little bit, yeah? Jinxing is if I go way too hard in the direction saying like, today is the best day ever, this Daybreaker will probably never die. Like that sounds more like jinxing. Understood, you're a good teacher. Thank you, sir. I do indeed teach in my offline life as well. Although lately I have not taken a lot of projects. I should probably get some more real life work also, but anyway, my whole adult life I have usually worked with adults in some form of teaching or coaching role. That's something I enjoy. Farm karma and then you will get what you want in life. Yes. But unfortunately the farming karma part is the sucky part, yeah? Like in Albion, to farm karma it means to just get ratted and get into unlucky situations over and over and over again, so you can say that you've now amassed a good amount of positive karma. Bit off topic, but did you have any interest in any of the private WoW servers that just launched? No. It's like League for me, World of Warcraft. What is this guy on? Snapper and wrong... Oh shit, I have wrong food. I need to be careful. Okay, let's go like this. It's the same as League of Legends, yeah. World of Warcraft. I've played it more than League of Legends. I played it for at least a little bit. But it's the same in the sense that... What is that guy? That's another Daybreaker. I want to fight this without the Daybreaker. I still have red buff for a little while, and the other guy does not. Did he use both his potions or not? I don't know if he used both of his potions. I would like to get rid of this guy. I need to be a bit careful now. Because I've taken a lot of... Oh shit, that's not good. I need to kind of get rid of the Daybreaker though. Because he's gonna mess up my kill in the end. I didn't regen because I got into fight with him. That's kind of my bad there. I would really like to get rid of this guy. He's on cripple, so I can't fully chase him. I still have 2 potions, but I did lose my buff. What happened to the Death Givers? Now this guy's just gonna run. No reason for him not to run here. The fight didn't start well. Anyway. But he didn't kill the Death Givers, right? There's no way he killed the Death Givers. No, he's just running. He's on cooldown. He's never gonna turn to fight me here. He's not just running. Holy shit. He's the ballsiest guy in the West. He really wants to fight us. This Daybreaker is gonna mess it up for me, unfortunately. Now, I don't have the stack advantage, like the HP buff advantage, but it's still okay for me. In the narrow corridor, it's much more difficult. Okay. In the narrow corridor, it's much more difficult because I am gonna hit. He's gonna eat all of his Qs. I don't think we can fully commit to catching the rat, though. How do you have 4 people in the same place in Abbey? I can't even get someone in the small chest. I don't know. I have the same sometimes. Sometimes it's like mist after mist are full. Sometimes it's just empty. I need boots to get close to him, kind of. Oh, GG. Never mind, he's running away. Why is he running away? Oh, I have 2 potions. That's my advantage. He's hitting a lot of spells, though. Damn, big respect. Holy shit. I almost don't want to take this. I mean, I'm gonna take them anyway, but I just realized he used the potion against Death Givers. I missed my E. I should die there. This is one of those situations where I did not Okay, I did not fully deserve that kill, yeah? I don't have the satisfaction of just fully deserving. But I'm gonna take the 6 million. Don't quote me on that. But holy shit. And by the way, you just said that... I'm gonna say GG, big respect. You had no cape. I'm gonna write to him, GG, big respect, you had no cape. I didn't realize before we were already fighting, that he has no cape. I mean, okay, he did start the fight by hitting a Q when I was not ready, but I mean... At the end of the day, one extra healing potion is a bigger thing, yeah? Damn, that's awesome. I'm feeling very good about that guy, yeah? Even though he's playing Flamewalker, yeah? Which is not like super duper strong anymore. Another good fight. No. What a great day to play Albion. It's ridiculous how lucky I am with good situations, surviving bad situations, and getting good fights. Wow. You've died so many times by a bit, so you deserve it. Yeah. It's at the end of that karma. But I missed my E. After that, after I missed my E, I already feel like a lot of it. If he hits, like he's right. He wrote now. So he wrote GG, well played. Maybe you see it. I wrote GG, big respect. You had no cape, and then he said, I know you play good. I missed too much spells. Okay, fair enough. He did miss spells, but he can't expect to hit everything either. Yeah. And after I missed my E, my expectation for the fight is that I'm probably dying if he hits enough spells. And he himself is pointing out that he missed a lot of spells. Okay, fair enough, yeah? So he feels like he deserves to die. I feel like whichever way the fight goes, it's very good. I'm happy with the result. But the E miss was criminally dangerous for me. Okay. Do we still have time? We have 10 minutes until spooky stuff. Maybe it's time to count the profits, actually. Voodoo says, wait, wasn't spooky stuff about to start? Yeah, it should start in 10 minutes, yeah? Don't forget getting spooked, though. I'm gonna have to turn off the lights. That's what Grinder told me. He said that it's better to play when it's dark outside. And if I ask if I need to prepare somehow for the game, he told me that, you know, it's just good if you have like a dark room. I guess it's just to make me scared. But that's gonna happen anyway, yeah? If it's too dark, you won't see the panic in my face. Oh, but man, today is such a good day. Everything went my way. It's crazy. The 1v1 fights, I had just enough of an advantage. In the end, I didn't have red buff, but I did have the potion. But still, just close enough. 1v1 fight. Even when I'm ratting, I was successful. I survived. If you were at the start of the stream, I fought so many 1v2s, 1v3s. This is from last stream, yeah. But anyway, the beginning of stream, there's like clusterfuck. 4 people. I'm the most valuable. Some people tried to. They tried to legit like 2v1 me with the mace, and everything went my way somehow. I need to remember this so that next time when there's a frustrating day, someone's gonna remind me, yeah. Friday the 22nd, yeah? Someone's gonna remind me, oh, remember that Friday the 22nd when you were just amazingly killing everything? I need to remember this. Do you go to Roads of Avalon? Tuga, not actively, no. It's way too passive. There is so much downtime. I mean, in Mists, there's also downtime running around, but there is more PvP and it's more high-level PvP. Mists of Avalon is just... sorry, Roads of Avalon, there is so much downtime, it's not... I don't enjoy it. It's a bit too boring to gather so much and do PvE. And the PvP you get there can be fun if you're outnumbered, but often like you're gonna get much weaker players there, yeah? So I enjoy Mists, Corrupteds, and I can definitely get into the social like pleasure from playing roaming together. But Roads of Avalon, a bit too much downtime for me. I watched the whole stream because I forgot my phone. Nice. I hope you still have battery for whatever else you needed to do. We will make you scared. How are you gonna make me scared, Voodoo? Holy shit, what a day. This is showing 50 mil profit, yeah? Without any crazy stuff. Just good luck all the time. Well, relatively good luck, yeah? This Daybreaker is getting fancier and fancier as a result. This is definitely going to be my first 40 mil weapon. As I said, I do not remember any awakened weapons because I don't even awaken very often, but when I do, I usually still play it like I'm tier 7 and just run into everything. Okay, we have about 10 minutes. Is there something? Let's see. Grinder wrote something as well. Ready in 25, he says, which is exactly as planned. Okay. Okay, let's try. Estimated profit says 40 mil. It must be more, yeah? Like, I legit have here 40 mil of stuff already, plus the other 10. Okay, part of it is PV loot that cannot be calculated, yeah? But, like, legit income is 50 mil. The estimated profit cannot know how much I spent on consumables. So it's not calculating that. I definitely spent some, but I also got a lot of consumables that I just took from here. I didn't buy that much, but let's say I bought like 1 million worth of consumables, maybe. Extra. On top of what I had at the beginning. On top of what I have now, rather, would be correct too. I don't know. Sometimes my estimated profit from the extension is much higher because I cannot loot. Like, I do get an assist or a good kill, but I'm not able to loot. And it doesn't count that. But I don't know why it would ever be lower than reality. Usually it's overestimating. Man, if every day is like this... Okay, I got here last week because of the big rat. But like, getting into top 50 actually feels like a pretty good goal. Just to show activity, yeah? Like, as I said, this isn't a matter of skill, yeah? Like, this guy is not better than this guy just because he's like 3 tiers, like 3 stopwatts higher on a random weekly leaderboard, yeah? But still, people who are here constantly are usually the most active players who are kind of successful, yeah, on average. Getting constantly in top 50 would be actually a pretty nice goal. Definitely this week I did not play much, but still, interesting. Let's see what others are playing. This is the werewolf that I was going to kill with the bow. I said earlier that I 1v1 the werewolf and the bow just outbrawled him. This is the guy. He was almost dead, but then Cursed Rat dismounted on top of us and took the kill from me, but essentially. Okay, he's playing 8.4 now. 8.4 Tomb Hammer. Let's see what else. This is the Swapper. This guy I don't want to comment on. But let's see what else is being played. Life Curse, okay. Still Life Curse, okay. Life Curse. I like looking through these occasionally just to get a better understanding of which direction meta is moving. Okay, this guy plays any kinds of random stuff, so it's difficult to like. He plays a lot of different things from what I've seen, and he's very good at it, yeah. But just to see what other people are playing as well. You saw 8.4 Tomb Hammer? That must have been this person, yeah. I don't think there's more than one running around. This is 7.484. This is the light collar that killed me. 8.4 light collar. Okay, here he is 7.3. But he was... Did he die? I don't know. He once dismounted and killed me recently. Okay, yeah, this is what he was wearing. 8.3 Masterpiece. So he did actually die. But I don't know who got the main... Like, who did the main damage. But light collar is definitely gaining popularity as a viable option, which is awesome. Once again, example of variety of different builds you can play. Ryko playing Bloodletter with... this is in the Mists, yeah? Bloodletter, but with the Stalker Hood. Also Assassin Jacket, like I was playing when I tried Bloodletter for a day, but with Stalker Hood for that big E finish. This guy keeps inviting for duels, I've seen him. And he's playing Sky Strider with Q1 and Cultist, yeah? So he's playing a Sky Strider, but like a, kind of like what I was playing with the bow, yeah? Trying to be very close range, very brawl heavy. This is very good for 1v1s, and maybe that's why he's inviting people to Greater Mists. Just like the regular bow, he might run into some issues when there's a lot of people around, or when there's rats, or when he wants to rat. This, I think, is a spear player. This is my brother playing non-attuned high IP spears. This is what I also like to do. And he was playing Duskriver plus Cripple. And still an energetic sprint, by the way. Another spear, another Daybreaker who is using energetic sprint right now at high IP. Interesting. Another good example, yeah, that maybe it's time to say that this is becoming meta to use energetic sprint on Daybreaker. Oh, let's look around a little bit more. What else do we have here? Battle Axe player, also in Greater Mists. Interesting. Is there any regular? Some of the meta you have to differentiate between people playing in duo mists and solo mists, because some of the weapons, like the bow, they shine, and even Daybreaker to some extent. Daybreaker is good also in multi-way situations, but they shine in 1v1 fights. and they're a little bit more difficult in regular mists. So some of the weapons that are really well, like really strong and played a lot in duo mists, like when you go into duo mists to 1v1 someone, some of those weapons will not be as crazy strong in just regular mists. And we have this guy I think I've run into recently. We have a one-handed dagger. Interesting. One-handed dagger, definitely one weapon which kind of is strong at every IP. The only thing is you need to have a purge, otherwise you're gonna be in tough situations. But this is interesting because his jacket is lower IP than everything else. That's a very interesting decision that I don't understand. Let's see what else we can find here. This is regular mists. I have not run into this for a while. Royal jacket, death gears. I think this is a bullying build. This is not a serious 1v1 build, but holy no, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Destructor. Isn't this the guy I just killed? This is the Flamewalker who said no and then still wanted to fight. So is he just playing Flamewalker? Yeah, okay. Wait, is it the same Flamewalker that he lost? I think it is, okay. What does Royal Jacket do? It lowers your... so, you attack, you activate it, and then you see the yellow circle around you. For, let's see, for 7 seconds. Cooldown rate and auto-attack speed. But it actually should be like a group thing, yeah? That's why it's not really used in solo PvP, because it's balanced around the fact that it affects allies around you as well. But I've seen it on light colors now. I don't know why exactly. The reason I say this is good for bullying is because if you are just running after someone who isn't fighting back really, then this is one of the jackets that gives you like an offensive extra, yeah? You activate it so your cooldowns are like, you get a lot of cooldown reduction for the moment it's active, yeah? Also, you can attack faster, yeah, as it says. But the cooldown thing is the big thing, yeah? If you're running after someone on Death Givers and they're not fighting back, you want all pieces of your armor to give you something extra to be aggressive to kill the person faster. Not a lot of jackets do that. Stalker jacket does that obviously also because it gives you more damage, yeah? But Stalker was nerfed a lot. The other jacket that does it is this one, yeah? With other jackets, you are still using a defensive, yeah? You don't really have an offensive to help you catch people. Well, I mean, some people use the... what's it called? This thing, yeah, Knight Armor, but that's that's still kind of more of a defensive. Is it really worth to level your weapon to 700, or can I go to 100? It is worth... It is a good long-term goal, Ramiro, but don't stress over it. To start PvPing, just get the weapon you're actually using to like 80 or 70, 75, yeah? And it's a good long-term goal if you know which weapon you like. It's a good long-term goal to get other things to 100, yeah? But the difference you get from it, it's not that crazy. It is significant, but what I suggest, like, look at this tree. Where did I have it? Frost Staffs? Well, anyway, this is a good example. For example, I want to play Chillhull. This is a very good Frost tree. For someone who is not... I do not just play Frost, yeah, I just played it a little bit here and there occasionally. I got the weapon I wanted to play to 100. I put enough fame credits to get these to 50. No point worrying about them anymore. This one has a bit more because I played it also, but essentially everything else to 50. The non-artifact ones, so the first 3, are the most important. That's why these I have at 80, yeah? Because this affects your specs more. If you want to have the exact numbers, then you can go to... Albion Specialization Calculator, you'll have an answer. Anyway, this is gonna be now scary time. It's time to go and play some Panicore. Hopefully it opens on the screen. I'm gonna close Albion and open it and you'll see it. I'm going to stop the YouTube broadcast, yeah? If you want to see me and Grinder and some other guys get scared together, then come to Twitch and check it out on Twitch, okay? Because I think YouTube will just be for Albion for the moment, yeah? But Twitch will, of course, continue. So, if you're here from Albion, thank you for being here, and see you again on Sunday. Probably tomorrow I'll be editing video with the free time I have. If you want to continue and you're right now on YouTube, then come to Twitch. It's Twitch TV/VictorZane. By YouTube, but not by Twitch. An error occurred. I don't know if it's possible to stop only YouTube. I think so, but who knows? Okay. Let me turn off music. Can you hear the game right now? We're gonna have... This is also the first time me streaming with Discord, pretty much. So we'll have to figure out that everything works. And also, to see that you actually hear others as well. Hello, what's up?
Ja, hej Vik.
Hello.
Okay, do I have you on Steam?
No, you don't. Give me just 1 second. I'm trying to figure out to end one stream and not the other. Because I want to end the YouTube part of the stream, but not the Twitch. I'm streaming on both on